It's fucking content. Hey, how about
that?
It's a tie game.
This is awesome. I'll tell you what, I've never been so fucking stoked for a dude to talk trash and perform.
Dude,
fuck yeah, man.
And you know 100% I was talking trash about him talking.
You were talking mad trash about him today.
Because he wasn't performing at all, and then boom, hey, hello, I'm here.
Yeah. No doubt about it, man.
Ashton who? This guy said he should have been on the stage, not Janetti.
Did you see that they put up that the only person that's had what he did with rushing and passing is Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah. I mean, dude's got the right to talk shit about Janetti.
Well, he was on the sideline throwing up and yakking a little bit ago and just went back in and scored. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Dude's a dude. Meow, what's up, Sugar Kitty? Welcome to 2025.
What's up? Cheers.
Saw Sugar Kitty over on Ken's stream yesterday. Oh, you know what, Sugar Kitty? The tests were me just redoing my lighting and everything. It was just so I could jump in the studio, see what the background was. I deleted them. But yes, I noticed they were posted. That was my bad.
No, dude, I am so fucking excited.
Dude, we got a ball.
I always like spoilers, right? I always like spoilers.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided all my lighting that I had taken down from downstairs when I redid the downstairs, and like my old camera that I had when I first started in 2019 doing live streaming. I'm like, wonder if all that will work with my iPad outside now. The stream looks better now.
It was a lot better.
Yeah. So all that equipment was just sitting there wasting away, and well, now it's getting used and it looks good.
Nice. Yeah. Pull my Marine Corps ashtray over here. Dude, those Dr. Pepper steak commercials cracked me up.
Oh, those are good.
He was out there. It was snowing wherever he was at, and he was trying to lick the pole to see if it sticks.
Uh-huh. Oh, man.
I'll tell you what, man. I was watching this earlier. I think around the second quarter, I thought, Arizona has a chance because they were really controlling the ball. They were really doing most of the good stuff.
They were just getting stuffed anytime they got close, and they weren't taking the points.
But now I know what they had with that dude. I would have just ran that motherfucker 4 times in a row every time.
Yeah, up the middle instead of trying to go outside. Every time they run him inside the tackles, he's successful. When they tried to go outside the tackles like they did earlier, he got stuffed.
I've got this here, and I don't want to drink it, but I figure I might as well try.
And on top of it, do you realize they're playing without their number 1 receiver who's going to be a first-round pick?
Yeah. Yep. I don't know that I can do it. I'm not going to do it. I was going to try, and I was like, no, I don't want to. There's got to be something over here I can drink better than that.
Tommy D, what's going on, brother? How is New Year's 2025 treating you?
Yeah, no shit, right?
Yeah, dude, I'm digging how things look.
Yeah. I think it looks well.
Yeah.
It looks good. It's a hell of a lot better than it was.
Yeah, big time.
All right, I have my boom over here out of the way so I can see TV. Probably, is that better?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit better now? Well, brother, cheers. I don't know if you have something poured, but I did. It's never
I
cheap.
have a cocktail in my number one dad glass. Cheers, bud.
Yeah. That tastes delicious. Glad I poured that.
Yeah, the kids were like, "Dad, you gonna drink out of your number one glass today?" I'm like, "I got you. I got you." So I'll get into a pour here in just a little bit. Man, what a game!
Oh, dude. Ain't no doubt about it, man. This is. Dude, I will. You know what though? I was so happy what happened yesterday happened, man. Because now listen. The only thing that I would change with the playoff is what they think they will change, right?
Yeah.
I still think you win your conference, you're automatically in. But I think you're seeded according to your ranking. I mean, I don't like the idea that you have people that weren't in the top 5 getting automatic buy.
Right.
I didn't like
David Bass, what's going on, brother?
But I mean, you got to say, freaking, they were crying that Alabama wasn't in. They were crying that South Carolina didn't make it. They got beat by unranked teams in their bowls.
Illinois was ranked 20th. Don't shoot us down. Come on.
Well, I didn't notice it on TV. Maybe it was just showing the rankings of the CFP.
Yeah, they were ranked 20th. They were up to as high as 14th this year. They're a program in the making, man. Brett
compared to what they were all crying about with South Carolina and Alabama and Ole Miss and I understand, that well, you're not playing CFPs with it. No, that isn't how it works. You go out there and show them that they were wrong. Make a case for yourself.
Well, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a video out there that somebody was taking during warm-ups for the game, for the Alabama-Michigan game.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama had Milroe out on the side in the tunnel and were taking NIL videos with him. He didn't warm up. He didn't warm up with the receivers or anything. He was in the tunnel, standing like this, taking videos and doing commercial spots for his NIL stuff.
That's crazy.
At a bowl game.
That's so stupid. I don't get that shit, man. It just doesn't.
Well, that's where the NIL needs to change. I think it's great that all the schools are getting the quote unquote the same amount of budget to use.
Yeah, they're gonna have a cap, and then I think that there's also changing the roster size.
The roster size is going down now. All sports
109. I don't like it because then you know what? You no longer have your walk-ons.
Well, here's the thing. Every D1 sport now, every player is able to have full scholarship by the new rules.
Oh.
That's why the roster size is decreased on all sports, because every player is available to get a full scholarship. There's no more limitations. Like baseball, there's no 11.7 anymore.
Right.
They reduced the roster down to 34. All 34 can be on full scholarship.
Well, that's cool. I'll tell you what, though, this Scaraboo dude definitely raised his fucking draft stock.
Oh, yeah.
That dude needs to be playing in like an NFC or AFC North type of environment where it's just ground and pound and smash and nash. And
I'm going to tell you who he reminds me of. And I'm going to go. I'm going to go back.
People that he reminds me of.
Yeah, I'm going back a ways here. Joe Morris.
A little bit.
Them big ass tree trunk legs. I can run the ball between the tackles. I can get outside. I can catch a pass and burn you.
I'll tell you who.
Morris, and he's got that attitude of screw you.
I mean, I think that's the problem too. Because you and I, we've been following sports for a long time, so you get into those people that like I know who you remind me of, but it's older, so you probably know who this is, but the average person wouldn't. And what I'm talking about is his drive. Like he just gets low to the ground and drives and pushes.
You gonna go Franco or Zonka?
Joe Delaney.
That's a good
Joe
one.
Delaney was so fucking good. died the most tragic, heroic death ever. But man, that dude was low to the ground. He had food, but he was like, he just run you over, run through you, kept driving. He reminds me a lot of him.
Bourbonsky, what's up? Bourbon, this is a combination of, we were both watching football and, well, I changed my lighting out here, moved everything around in the garage, brought a new camera, not a new camera, I brought all my original streaming stuff outside. I was playing with it to look better. I'm like, hey, Bobby, what do you think? He goes, looks good. And we're like, should we just stream when we're going to smoke cigars and watch college football together? I'm like, why not?
And got a nice heater so the garage isn't so cold.
Yeah. Hey, we're at 47 degrees.
Outside?
In the garage. Right now it's 23 degrees outside, so.
Oh, that'll climb up if you wanted it to. It just depends.
Yeah, I don't have that thing close to me.
What I used to do if I tried to save propane is I would take that, I'd turn the temperature down and move it a little bit closer to me.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to have to do. The other thing I got to get used to a little more is I turned it off. I had it on while I was inside. Got a little lightheaded. I cracked the garage door to fix that, but...
Yeah, you always got to keep your garage door cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you have the room, but, you know, I mean, if you don't. But for me, I always thought the heater worked better behind me.
Well, that's why I was clearing all this out, because I figured behind me would work better.
And is the garage door to your front?
The draft comes forward.
Is the garage door towards
behind me?
The big garage door.
Yeah, everything's behind me. The doors are behind me. That's what you see.
Okay.
Back there and there. I got to get used to where the camera is now.
Yeah.
I was pointing at the other camera. Hey, Ben, I did get one. It's in the package sitting behind me in the Menards bag. I haven't done it yet.
We always left our garage door cracked.
Yeah. I need to, I'm going to grab a few more things at Menards just to cover up the background a little bit. I'm going to black out the garage doors. Easy to do, since that's just foam in the panels there that I put in there. But,
is this going to go to overtime?
It's highly likely, unless they're going to trot that kicker out there for a 55-yard field goal and leave Arizona with some
I'll tell you what,
killer-ass field position for the win.
It'd be amazing because both their kickers are garbage.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give it to yours there, right there. I know you're a little behind me.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I am.
I don't know. I'm using YouTube TV just like you.
Yeah. Who knows?
Are you on the ESPN feed?
I don't know, probably.
So I'll give it to yours for getting it right back between the hash marks, so it's dead nut center.
Right. I don't know. I feel like they're going to block this.
I mean, people can say what they want, but that's high IQ awareness, because he could have bounced it outside for one more yard, but put this kick at an angle instead of dead nuts.
Right. Well, there's still a minute 44, and the way they scored the last couple times, I mean, hell.
Well, that 62-yard pass, yeah.
There are a lot of people losing money on this spread. See where he's lined up to see if we can tell what he's going to do.
Oh,
you're seeing it before me. Don't tell me what he does.
I'm not going to.
I want to see where it winds up so I can get a gist. Dude, he's awful close. Almost like he's going to hook this left. Oh, he pushed it right. I was going to say, he was really close to the ball. Yeah. I was a kicker. I mean, you have to give your leg some room.
Hey, I'm calling it now, man. Scatabo out in the flat for about 25 yards here. Quick field goal. Game. See you, Texas. Another SEC school gone.
Now, listen, I'll be the first to say that other than Oregon, to me, there was nobody in the country that was like really impressive this year. I mean, there was a lot of. I mean, Oregon was hands down, I think, the only team that was like, wow, they got their shit together. Their coaching's right. The quarterback who's got more experience than anybody. So, I mean, Oregon to me was like the Lone Ranger. I thought Penn State was really good. I thought they just ran into a buzzsaw.
Well, I'm going to say this. If Notre Dame would have still had Sam Hartman this year instead of Leonard, watch out, boys and girls, because Notre Dame would have been on fire this year.
Yeah, no, I thought Notre Dame. I actually had said that I thought Notre Dame. I think in not my early bracket, but my late bracket, I had Notre Dame winning it all.
Yeah, I mean that's my only thing. I mean, Leonard, he's a good running quarterback. Yeah. I don't think he was the right guy to take them to an uber elite level. Okay, but he was one of the hottest quarterbacks last year, so I see why they went after him.
David, I definitely agree with you.
He was proven. He won games, but he wasn't their style of quarterback at Notre Dame.
Cheers, Mo.
Oh, you're getting guys over on the Insta.
Mopus.
I can't see the Insta because I got the game.
Yeah, we're on YouTube as well. There should be a link out there for a Bourbon Battalion. We have people on. Now, I think the thing that, like David said, I do think Ohio State can win this game. I don't think it was necessarily a good thing with Oregon having the bye. I think they're a tempo team. Yeah. But it depends. It just depends, man, how they show up and who they play. These two teams, quite honestly, you could make a case should be playing the national championship, not a quarterfinal.
Oh, 100%. And dude, I'm telling you, right now, the way they're playing, you give Sam Levitt back his number one target that had over 1,000 yards receiving and was burning guys left and right. It's going to be I'd say a top 18 pick in the NFL draft. I think this game might be a blowout. I mean, he really doesn't have a high-end receiver out there, but if he had him out there, this is a whole nother game.
Yeah, no, I turned the volume off of the game just because
Well, that's how we get to have our own commentary here.
That's right. 3rd and 15. Let's see what they do here.
Well, wait till you see.
Did they consider that a catch?
I'm pretty sure he held on to the ball to the ground. I mean, that thing got tipped 4 days after tomorrow. He took a step with the ball. That's a legal catch in college. He got freaking whacked. Like,
dude, they're going to call targeting on that.
I don't think they can.
Watch his head.
Oh, yeah, that is really helping.
That's targeting, dude.
That's 15 yards. That's field goal range, baby.
He puts the crown of that helmet right into his head.
That is by 50. That is field goal range now. Just that is
by definition exactly targeting. He lowered his head, boom, right into his.
Oh my God!
If that's not targeting, I'm telling you now, this shit's crazy. Because
I mean, this kid's not playing anymore this game. I'm going to tell you that. Holy cow!
But yes, that does put him in field goal position. Let me tell you, their field goal.
I can't hear the ref. I couldn't hear the ref. I got the volume off.
They're
reviewing it. They're reviewing it for targeting.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got to. And by definition, ain't no friendly fire
review for targeting, boys and girls.
That is not
top shelf Dustin in the house. What
he's
is
like
going
friendly
on?
Fire, friendly fire, my ass. He lowered the crown of his helmet into his head. That's not friendly fire.
Come on now.
I think I would have been like okay with it if it would have been his face mask.
Yeah.
But he knew enough to dip his head
crown
in.
to crown.
Yeah,
It was
went
crown
down.
to crown.
Oh, Scaraboo's got a throwing touchdown, a running touchdown.
Freaking, I'm telling you, man, Bert is not getting laid on UT campus ever again.
Yeah.
He better get in the portal because his lady skills just went to -20 on campus.
Yeah, I don't think he launched, but the question isn't that he launched, is that he moved the crown of his helmet towards the neck head area. And you can see right there, he dips his head.
His head does do this.
His head dips and hits him right in the helmet.
If it stayed up or he lifted up.
Oh, they didn't. They said it was not targeting?
I don't know. I'm not listening. I have no volume on.
Well, I saw the Texas guy going like this. So I figured.
Wow. We're going to OT, baby.
Maybe. Not getting more drinks at the bar.
Dustin, have you seen what Bert Auburn looks like? And he's a kicker, bro. He's not Pat McAfee.
Oh, they're punting. Yeah. With a minute left.
Can you imagine if they ran it back like at the beginning of the game?
Oh, yeah.
57 seconds, man. Quinn Ewers, the golden. How tall is he?
Dude, that was a shitty punt.
I think Bert's like 6 foot.
Dude, that was a shitty punt.
That was horrible.
21.
It was like a 34-yard punt.
Should have just rugby style kicked in and let it bounce and roll. Something. No, it's just I'm ready for 2025, man.
It is 2025, buddy.
Well, I'm saying I'm ready for it. You know?
Oh, hey man, I'm right there with you. Ooh, they're playing a deep safety. They're guarding against the big ball.
Oh, that just means someone's open underneath.
Oh, yeah, and that's what. Yeah.
You can't do prevent is the worst defense ever created. It's like a joke.
Watch and see. I might have scripted it a little bit.
But I mean, that's prevent. I mean, that's basic prevent. All the underneath shit's always open. And who cares? If you've got 50-something seconds, that gives you a good amount of
time. Dude. Like I said, Ewers golden underneath the zone. Oh, got him off the sides.
I'd like to see, in my world, I'd like to see a pick 6 here. So that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a significant difference in time from me to you.
There is. That's pretty wild. We're both using YouTube TV.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm using anything different. I'm just using the ESPN feed instead of the local feed.
Right.
Woo! I gotta quit making noises. I'm sorry.
You're okay, man.
I'm like a watching the game buzzkill here. Uh-oh.
That's what happens when you fall.
Man. 2025, man. 2024 went fast. I don't care what anybody said. I would have thought for me, on my end, a lot of things seem to have slowed down a little bit. But man, did it go fast. The second half of 2024 went fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to be home a lot more. I got a shit ton done.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff done. You know, we did a lot of great things. And then all of a sudden, it was just over.
That's a fact.
Like,
Yeah.
it happened so fast. And I almost want to say the traveling I've been doing for the last 2 years made the year longer.
Probably.
I would have never thought that, Like,
Yeah.
because it seemed like those weeks, like when I'd be gone for a whole week, dude, those weeks seemed so fast. But the year seemed a lot longer. I don't know. Time is an amazing, amazing thing, man.
Not enough of it. That's for sure.
No, and that's why you got to enjoy all of it, man. Good sticks, good pours, good friends. Time with family.
Oh no! I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna go to overtime.
Well, we almost fumbled the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Do you really think Bert's gonna be the man? Katie Turk, Happy New Year to you. Hey, that Nicaraguan coffee that was one of your monthlies there, I believe it was in December. We cracked that one today, thanks to Mr. Benson, who brought that to the house. Fantastic. I drank the whole pot. I enjoyed every bit of it. Thank you. Wonderful coffee. Great Nicaraguan coffee. You guys nailed that.
.6 seconds left, and they're not. That's crazy.
They tried to recenter. Just like last time, man.
He didn't make it very far. He kind of just slipped and fell.
Well, he recentered. The pep talk is on now, baby. The pep talk is on. It's the, son, you make this kick. You going back to UT for a week and you getting all you want. Now don't fuck up.
Now, I was always under the impression the best thing you can do is just never talk to him. No one ever, I didn't like it. I wanted to just get my own head,
I hear you.
It feels like it's more pressure when he's up. He's like, oh, dude, no. Then why are you up here talking to me? It's obviously pressure now. Hopefully he doinks it. I know he's going to make it, but I'd rather him doink it. Ain't nothing better than doinking stuff. Did he doink it?
He fucking doinked it!
I was going to say, doinking is like the trend right now.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Back-to-back misses. I told you the coach shouldn't have talked to him. He'll be fucking talking to him, man.
Hey, Dustin, I told you, dude's not getting any at UT ever again. Oh, this camera. This is why I hated this camera when I got it.
Oh, when it goes out of focus?
Yeah. When it's in focus, it's wonderful. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, my
God. Hey,
God.
what do you do? What? You better... There's a turkey looking underneath my curtain.
Is that Johnny?
Yeah.
What up, buddy?
He's spying.
Holy cow, man. Hey, Chick-fil-A's happy, boys and girls. They've got another 6 commercials added on for nothing. Wow. Sorry to ruin that, but sorry to ruin it, but you called it, and then I watched it happen, and I couldn't stop laughing because you called it, dude. You straight up called that. That was bad. That was bad. Hey, if anybody wants to jump on, talk shit with us, smoke a cigar, have a good time, I post the link before I'll post it again. It's just a hangout. It's New Year's Day. We're kicking it, having cigars, having some pours, having a cocktail, talking football. We're just getting out here. It's New Year. New time to and do things. I still think I need to get that barrel a little closer, look a little better behind me. It adds some depth, but I think it's a little too far behind. It's not that far behind, but it needs to be a little closer.
Right.
But I'm liking how it looks out here for being a garage set.
I think it looks great.
I mean, for being a garage set, I'm going to take it. This is a win.
I agree.
All recycled stuff that's just been in freaking, 27-gallon tubs for about 2 years.
I'm kind of kicking myself because earlier I was like, I almost put it on the money line on Arizona State in overtime.
Oh.
I almost did it. Dude, did you see that bad beat that one dude had? Oh my God, I would have thrown up. So the dude had a parlay of 4 guys with 2 touchdowns.
Oh, when the dude stepped out?
So 3 guys had 2 touchdowns. 1 guy had 1, but it was almost no time left.
Yeah.
And so they offered him $500 to cash out.
Yeah.
He cashed out. They went to overtime, and his guy caught it.
What would it have been?
Like almost $500,000.
He took 500 over $500,000.
Well, it was
boys and girls.
I don't know what it was. It was. Don't quote me. I just remember it was a lot of fucking money, like 6
boys
figures.
And girls. I'm going to tell you this: $500 sounds great, but usually it's not that big of a bet on a parlay. Okay, for the 500. If I got $10 in, and I got a choice between $500 and $500,000, yo, I'm letting it ride. I don't care. $500 is not going to change my life.
Right.
I mean, there are a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of people that $500 is going to change their life.
But I think the thing is that his guy scored in overtime. They didn't have the ball. Time was running out, and it just didn't look like it was going to happen the way it happened. Just like I was pissed. I had a 6-leg parlay. 5 of them. You know who my one that didn't score was on my 6? Fucking Kittle from San Francisco.
Oh.
He's the only one that didn't score on my 6.
If Purdy wouldn't have got knocked out, you probably would have got it the way that game was going. Yeah, I mean, Kittle was his guy.
I know. But I was like, you mother humper. Of all people to miss.
That's rough, dude. That's rough.
That's rough. But, the trick to making at least your money back on all your parlays and that stuff is, have enough common sense to play all the individual stakes too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, if you 100%. have 5 people score out of 6, well, you're still getting some money. You're not losing.
Dude, it's the beauty of gambling. Okay. I'm not a pro. Yeah. Do I go to the casino? Do I play? I play certain things that will make sure to cover other things when I'm playing, like playing the Trilux and stuff. On blackjack. Yeah, you don't hit it all the time, but if you play right, you're gonna hit 1 or 2 of those in a shoe. Well, 1 or 2 of those in a shoe on $5 bets.
Dude, I'm telling you what, I'm running $2,000. I'm running Scaraboo about 100 times.
It's just like my other bad fun game I like at the casino. I play the shit out of some baccarat.
Oh yeah,
love me some baccarat, and the side bets now on the holy shit, the side bets on the baccarat.
Tell you what, old Scotamaru is my dude now.
Are awesome. I hit one the other day when I went out. $10, boys and girls, and it was 200 to 1. how often do you see those 6-card shoe or 6-deck shoe? Once every 3 shoes, maybe. I played that one for the hell of it. Nailed it. Nothing beats a quick $2,000 on $10. But yeah, you're right, man. You gotta offset the shit you do.
Yeah.
You 100%.
You can still have some crazy odds. I mean, you can go out,
dude, like I'm telling you,
parlay.
I'm telling you, if you look at the odds of the side bets on a Trilux and blackjack, or I'm playing the 4 side bets on baccarat, if you play it right, they're gonna hit, and they're gonna make up for anything else you do while you play, as long as you play smart.
Spot. That's a terrible spot. Oh, I guess he was. Never mind, his legs were down pretty early.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, and you're talking about that on parlays. You got to do that on parlays, you know? And if you're doing that on a parlay.
Dude, they're not even kicking the field goal. Damn.
No. They're going balls out, man.
I'll tell you what, good for them.
Nobody ever won a championship playing conservative football.
Right.
I mean, before Dillingham got there 2 years ago, that program
was a mess.
You would have never thought they would be in the hunt in 2 years for this. I mean, Jaden Daniels left. That was their bread and butter. So Dillingham came in without a quarterback, without anything, and look at where they're at. You know? I don't know if I'd be tush pushing on the Texas line, though.
No, probably not.
No matter what anybody says, even Philadelphia is not as good on the tush push without Jason Kelsey, because that guy perfected that.
Oh, I agree.
That man perfected that move, and Philadelphia was nowhere near the same on those this year without him.
Yeah, because they had never been stopped before, and then they've been stopped since.
They've been stopped left and right. Oh, he got that. He got that. They better say he got that, because he was over it. Let's go.
Come on. Yeah, he's definitely over the line.
On that replay, he's over it.
Yeah, definitely over it. I mean, that's not even a question. That should be play as confirmed.
Man.
I really think they go under the hood and it's like, okay, what's the odds right now?
What are the side bets on a passing touchdown, a running touchdown, or this being overturned?
Oh, it's going to be a running touchdown. It's going to be Scaramouche. I know that ain't his name, but it sounds like it should be.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
Do the fandango. Send a bolt of lightning. Very frightening. Oh, man.
Well, Ben, that might have been perfected in the West Village. It wasn't done with pig skin. I believe that was done with lamb skin, if any skin at all. I see Bobby's wheels turning like I'm not going to touch that with a 50-foot pole, Chris. Jesus.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of like, you know, that empty stare off into the distance.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Or San Fran.
Hey, dude, you know, I'll tell you what. I always thought San Fran got a bad rap, man. I used to go to San Fran all the time. I saw stuff, plenty of places worse than San Fran.
You know, it wasn't that killed San Fran. It was the drugs and the homelessness that they let run rampant, especially when they changed the laws.
But everything was fine there until post COVID.
Well, yeah, when they changed that law and
Yeah.
you could steal shit up to $2,000 and not
Yep.
go to jail, that made a huge difference in population swing, homeless population, things going on.
Right.
And they let it run too long before Newsom said, yeah, no more. We're going to bust you now. Oh shit. Wait till you see this setup.
I'll tell you what, he got rolled over pretty good, that's for sure. In the play previous.
I don't like the play. But I'm not the coach. I'm the guy smoking a cigar in a garage.
That's right.
I'm not getting paid, $750,000 to make these decisions for a university.
Dude, the way they had everybody lined up with that shift to the left, I would have had a tight end on this far side, had everything go left, and let him just release.
Thank you. I'd
have had a little tight end pop pass on the right hand side. Let everybody go with the motion.
Oh my fucking God. Sorry. Sorry. Chris needs the mute button.
That's okay, man. I'll eventually get there.
Didn't see that coming.
Damn. Look at Jake the Snake. The snake is
right. Right. That was some pure Jake the Snake right there.
That's true. The way you did that, I thought you were gonna. You know who's coming back?
Oh!
Did Scaramouche score?
Wait till you see this.
Did he come back in? Yeah. And he's beat, he's sick, he's hurt.
I don't know how legal the final part was. It's going to get reviewed.
What, because he pulled him instead of pushed him?
Yeah.
But if he's still driving his feet, it doesn't matter. As long as he's still driving.
And boys and girls, if there was ever a guy that looked 100% like his daddy, Scatabo looks just like his dad. When they show him in the stands, you're like, oh yeah, that's his kid. Wow.
He definitely never touches the ground.
No. I mean, they kicked the extra point. It's good.
They literally, I was instantly watching that thinking of Brock Lesnar doing his throws.
Yeah.
It almost looked like he was old number 77 was like, you were getting in the end zone. He's like, hold on, Skaboosh.
Yeah, if your team needs an offensive guard, draft number 77.
Yeah. He's like, I told you I should have been on the Heisman. I told you.
Yeah.
He's got a case.
He claimed it the whole way through.
Well, you go back and look at his numbers, there's no doubt. He's got a fucking case.
He does.
Look at his buddy just drug him. He's like, interception, touchdown, sack, something. Almost. Dude, that was a great break on the ball.
Mm-hmm. What in the hell are they doing? I believe Jake the Snake is on the sideline. Look at this replay or the next play at the end of it. I think that's Jake the Snake on the sideline.
It is.
Is that him?
Yeah. That's why I said it earlier.
Oh, wait till you see him going nuts. He's like,
he's their guest captain.
Oh, he's going nuts on the side, man. He even got clean shaven and everything for this.
Yeah.
He owns a hell of a shroom company that does legal shrooms, by the way.
But you gotta love seeing some of these old guys come back and support their alma maters, you know. That make it
100%, dude.
Third down there.
Oh my god. Fucking dumbass fucking place.
Just keep putting it back. Thank you. I'm sorry. I've been waiting for it, but I didn't know it was. I don't want it with this.
Oh my god, I'm blown away by Dome.
Just put it back up there somewhere. Fourth down. You got a ways to go too.
We ran everybody off the stream, having too much fun talking about football. I don't care.
Dude, we were on here for this reason. And someone wanted to jump on, so be it.
Dude, I'm 100% in.
I'm all about, I wanted to spend some time drinking, smoking, watching football with my buddy. That's what.
Hey, people aren't into sports ball, so be it. It's 2025.
Yeah.
And I call it sports ball because for some reason that's what everybody calls it now. They don't say football. They don't say baseball. Oh, you're watching sports ball.
Oh.
The snake.
Now they're back even further. False start. They're the last SEC team in it, aren't they?
They are.
I know there's still a bowl game with Arizona won. No.
Fucking golden, baby. Ewers the golden. Ewers the golden.
Golden Ewers, huh? All he does is win.
Balls of steel. They didn't even go for the first down. They just went for the touchdown.
Wow. How'd they let him get behind them?
I don't know. Hey, the guy made it. Bert made it. Holy shnikes, kids. This is probably going to be the best game heading to the national championship, honestly. I mean, he beats two safeties on this, Bobby.
I know.
He beat a cornerback and two safeties.
I don't know how that even happens.
Quinn Ewers with some balls. He threw it between two safeties. Balls.
Well, there's some people in the stands about to throw up. Oh, dude, that was a hell of a move.
Wow. I mean, Golden had a great move on the shake. Wow.
Man,
that's just a quarterback trusting his receiver. Because the receiver dictated that complete route. Dustin, you're right. Georgia's still in, but, do we really consider them? I mean,
oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I forgot about Georgia.
I forgot about them, but I think they're better with Gunnar Stockton than they are with Beck.
Listen, it depends on if they can win today, they can win it all.
Yeah. Well,
they play fast. They have so many 5-star recruits. I mean, they have the better makeup. It just depends on how do they perform today against a really, really good big defensive line and a good team. I mean, Notre Dame could quite honestly be the best team that they played.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Gunnar Stockton can play the way he played in that second half.
Yeah.
They're legit. And for any recruit, that's the quarterback that went there, thinking they were going to be the replacement coming in this year. They got two really high-end guys coming in that thought they were going to be the guy because Carson Beck was leaving.
Wow, they scored immediately first play.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. They might have had a good say on that before Stockton did what he did last game. But if he comes out and he takes them to the Natty, oh my God. Oh my God.
Did he miss the kick?
Oh, they didn't even kick, baby.
They went for 2?
Nailed it.
Oh, they got the 2? Sark's going for the jugular.
Holy shit. Quinn Ewers is saying, you like Cam Ward, you like Shedeur? Have you seen my balls yet?
It's not canceled. The game is rescheduled for tomorrow.
Did they reschedule it?
They rescheduled it for 24 hours.
Oh, shit. Can you imagine being there?
No.
And, like, your rooms are booked just for the game, blah, 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 your flights. Oh, my goodness.
Then that shit happened out in Vegas. You know, you saw that in Vegas, right?
Mm-mm.
One of those cyber trucks blew up at right in front of the lobby at Trump in Vegas. Now,
Tell me that wasn't a little plan just to fuck with some shit.
Like, well, it's an Elon Musk product in front of a Trump, but
right.
They don't know what caused it to blow up. But I don't know why they're saying they could have been accidental. I mean, you heard a beeping and all kinds of noise. I don't remember when that was, if it was exactly like, today or whenever it was. But.
Wow. Dude, Scatabo, 141 yards, rushing, 99 receiving, and he threw a pass for like 50. Uh-oh. Oh, good. Oof. Don't ever throw balls like that, boys. Don't ever throw balls like that.
Crazy. I'm more than a play behind you. I wonder if at some point I did something. Here, let me do something. Let's see where I'm at. Switched it up.
I mean, I'm just kind of fawning over myself and how good I look in this new camera setup.
Yeah, I know, right? My little light, my extra light that I had on died. So I'm a little shadowed.
My kids were like teaching me all these little face moves and stuff, because kids do that for selfies. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? They're like, Dad, do it. I did them the other day. I'm like,
what are you seeing right now?
Some dude's hair.
On the TV?
Yeah.
Some dude's hair.
They're all lined up. They're getting ready. They just circled some players.
No.
And third and 8.
What am I at? I'm at 3rd and 8. They're getting ready to run a play. Oh, Texas won it.
Wow.
What a heartbreaker.
Wow. Wow. Yo, hats off. Hats off to Arizona State, Dillingham, Mr. Scatabo. You had a hell of a season.
Dude,
You You took me today from being a major doubter, talking shit, to a believer. And Mr. Scadabo's got a future in the NFL. And I think he should have really been in the Heisman talk a lot more based on his numbers and watching him play instead of seeing some highlights.
Right.
That man's real. Yeah, David Bass nailed it. Hats off ASU, picked last in their league to almost the Final Four. The North New England Conference. Oh, shit. I don't even know. I think they're still... Aren't they in the Big 12? I don't know.
Yeah.
Big 12 now?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. Quinn Ewers got to start being in that talk again. You know, I know they were saying he was going to play another year at college. This overtime play.
Yeah.
If he has another great game, I think he's in the talk for the top 3.
I'll tell you what, he played well.
And your Ohio State Buckeyes are up.
I'll tell you the one thing I didn't like it during the game is the velocity on some of the passes where they hung up there. They needed to be a little bit flatter and a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to see Arizona State win. Just because they came back.
I mean, just, dude, the way it went, yeah. Yeah.
Why did that change back to that? That wasn't what I was watching. Now let's do this.
Your freshman homeboy looks to be the boy right now.
Yeah, look and see where this game's at.
Yeah, Dustin, you're not lying, man. The Pac-12 was legit. I am very disappointed to see the Pac-12 gone. I wish they would have made a push for the best schools in, say, the Big 12 and the Mountain West and brought them into the Pac-12. So we would have had, you know, the SEC down south. We would have had the Big 10 in the, you know, upper Midwest area, and then had the Pac-12 be the teams out there. The Big 12 kind of
Yeah.
You know, personally, if you could have kept the Pac-12 big guys in there and just added, you know, if you could have brought over Texas and you could have brought over Oklahoma to the Big 12, or not the Big 12, but the Pac-12, dude, let's go. Let's go. Let Boise State jump across and be in the Big 12, you know. Let's let some of those jump that way. I think we could have had, you know, 4 major power conferences if they would have done it right.
Yeah.
Instead of everybody jumping to the Big 10 and the SEC and making 2 massive power conferences. That's my opinion, but, you know, hey.
But, you know, I will say the one thing that I do like about it, I do think there's like a positive from it. You don't see anybody overly dominant, and everybody gets to play everybody.
Yeah.
Like the conference championship is against the top 2.
Yeah.
Not the East and the West. Like for years, the Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan and the Big Ten were all in the same conference. And so it was always lopsided.
Yeah.
And if you look at the SEC, the same thing. They had a lot of the good schools and only one on the other side. You know what I mean? It was kind of like now I think that it makes better competition, everybody playing everybody with a chance to get to the championship game. So
yeah. No, I agree. I don't know. Overall, I think if the NCAA would have really stepped in, helped all the conferences realign properly, we could have the Big Five, Big Six conferences really spread it out, really made them really impressive. Had 6 quality conference champions coming right in, and then the rest fill in the blanks.
yeah,
And I think nobody could have complained.
right.
I just think we missed the ball on a lot of it.
Dude, that Smith kid is fucking amazing.
He is, and you know what? He disappeared for the second half of the season, but wow, today.
I mean, he wins that high end ball. I mean, he mosses like a mother humper.
Yeah,
Got good hand shot. He's a freshman. That's crazy.
mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about a true freshman, just like that Williams kid.
I was going to say
Alabama,
Ryan Williams at Alabama
is even
and
a year younger.
Ryan Williams, he didn't have a freaking quarterback throwing to him. He had a running back throwing to him.
Yeah, pretty much Milrow. I ain't gonna lie though. I think Milrow's actually going to do well in the pros. He's got good size. He does have a good arm. I just think that there's,
if he's in the right system with the right coach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And that's 100%.
Put him in a system with a good running back and that stuff, and use it as a little bit of a double head.
Yeah.
RPO. That can go long.
Lamar Jackson. I mean, don't get us wrong. Dude had a cannon. Dude was a great runner. You got him in the right system. Every year you had a good runner with him. He never really had standout receivers. But they built their line to make it work until the line was good enough to get him some good receivers. And, dude, look at him now. Right. I mean, it's hard to say he's not in the MVP every single year. I mean, he's there this year. I mean, Josh Allen's had a hell of a year.
I mean, the crazy thing is, if it didn't come down to wins and losses, dude, I mean, the best year right now is freaking the dude from the Bengals, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Statistically, the best quarterback in the league. No defense on the other side.
What's different about Joe from college to Joe in the pros?
Yeah,
wins. And it's not because he's not putting up the points. Like
it's the defense. There's no defense.
It's not because he's not.
They had a defense. If they could get a good 2-3 drives where they stop them. I mean, you're talking about a whole different season.
Yeah, I mean, really, if they had defense, man, they'd be there.
Right.
I mean, Dustin, you got a point. And then we jump back into the UCF question. UCF goes undefeated, wins their bowl game, doesn't get to play in the national championship game, just the way it played out, quote unquote, that year. But goes undefeated, blew everybody out. They hung a damn banner. You got a point. But at the same point, if Oregon doesn't win, they ended their season on a loss. And I think that hangs on them a little more on this level.
But there's been some good arguments out there that says, hey, now that we're in a 12-person playoff,
right?
Wouldn't we have agreed that maybe the BCS and how the BCS was done with this playoff wouldn't have been a better playoff system?
Right.
where it's actually strength
Right.
of schedule, strength of opponent, quality wins, your losses don't matter. I mean, there's
Agree.
a hell of a case to be made about that.
I agree.
I still like the automatic qualifiers as your conference champions,
Yeah.
but I still
Yeah.
think you
But
have to be
Boise
ranked.
State wasn't a top 4. Arizona, hey, Arizona, yeah, they're up there, boys and girls. We just learned that. They were legit. We all doubted that until today. They're legit. um, I'm proud and happy for them. Like I said, hats off.
Right.
What a game.
That was a great game.
But I think they deserved it. Maybe Texas is in that top 4 or Penn State. Flip the coin. Arizona State in there. Boise State out. I mean,
Right.
we.
Yeah, but Dustin, the bowl games have always been about giving the underclassmen a chance to play for the next year.
That's
I
right.
mean,
William Hall. Cheers, buddy.
that's always been the case, right? You want to get to the bowl game. That way, the people that are going out, you get live game time activity with your new players you want to play next year.
Yeah. It also makes a shit ton of money for the schools.
Yeah, it makes a lot of money.
Football's not cheap, guys. I mean, I can talk about the cost of it. I mean, taking a team from the Midwest out to the West Coast for a game. When you're taking the whole team out there, you're taking all the support staff, everything else, one game out there, one game back.
Right.
A couple days, food, everything else. You're driving semi trucks cross country with all your equipment and driving them back. I mean, you're talking just one game to do that for a random Midwest school, even when we're talking 1AA, is $150,000 to go play one game. Shit's not cheap.
No.
And those 1AA schools, they ain't making bowl money. So I get it. All right. First 4. We're going with a Buffalo Trace store pick.
Nice. I'm going to go put this light on charger.
From Everett's. This was the last Everett's pick before they got new owners. 70 years in the books. Very famous for their Buffalo Trace picks. They were the first store to ever do a W12 pick back in the day. I'm sad to see that they sold. It changed the game for them. And what that store is nowhere near the same, boys and girls. But man, the picks that store got in the barrels they were offered by Buffalo Trace and other distilleries, since they were one of the first stores to ever come down and actually do barrel picks when single barrels became a thing. They got the good shit, man. I've had a BT pick from there that was just a regular BT pick that was 11 and a half years old. They got the good shit. I miss that. This pick, it's really good. I should have bought 4. I bought 1. I was trying to be nice since it was their last year, and it was unlimited when they were doing their roll the dice raffle, but you could grab as many of these as you wanted. There were 300 people there. I was in the front. I grabbed 1. Should grab 4. It's good. It's good. It's really good. Damn, that's good. And they don't get picks anymore with the new owners. It is what it is. Oh, that's good. Damn. So what's everybody else having? Anybody else having some good pours here today? watching some college football, or just hanging out, not watching college football, having some good New Year's Day pours. And a lot of people had them last night. I went to bed early. I figured I'd have some pours today. Just have a good time today. What are y'all doing? What do y'all got in the glass? I know Dustin's got something in the glass. Come on, Dustin, let us know what you got, buddy. Got to be a scotch of some sort. William Hall, if you're still here, I know you got something in your glass. What do you got? Dustin, you're going to hop on, man. Hop on. I will paste it again. Boop. Oh, it didn't paste. Hold on. Invite. Copy. There we go. The link is in the chat if anyone wants to come in. Dustin, you want to come in? I know you said you're not going to the gym. Come on in. Have a pour. Let's go. Oh, that YouTube commercial is great for Sunday ticket. $4.99 for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying $4.99 for watch everybody's Scrubs play.
Yeah.
Hey, Bourbon with Friends. Great to see you. Hope you're having a good time.
Well, what's up?
Links in the chat. How about that? Dude, I'm really kicking myself this whole time, Bobby, for all this equipment, old as shit, being in a tub for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Bring it out here one afternoon, set it up in a half hour, and the freaking difference on shit I bought in 2019 and how good it looks still.
Well, not only that, but that you could have been doing that the whole time.
Hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, do something about this. I don't know what all optional.
I'll tell you what, Bobby, I know it's getting colder outside because the temperature is going down in here like crazy. I'm going to need to light that bad boy up and crack the garage here soon. I'll be right back. I'm going to run in, use the facilities.
Yep.
You keep this going. I'll be right back.
Yep. Let's see if that's any better. That's a little better. It helps a little bit. Cheers, cheers. I'm gonna pour something here. Pour that. Maybe I'll try this rock gut. This is a proof on 47. Ugh. I know it's here. Yeah, I'm not gonna Bruce. Bruce, sometimes you have something you're just like, yeah, no. I'm not feeling that. I haven't had this in a while. Oh, that's how much I have. Let's see here. What's up, Dustin? So, was you guys watching the game earlier? Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, do 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 do. That was a nice passing catch. Nice. That was nice. Now where did I put my light? I swear there it is. It was hidden behind my booze. Oh man. Yeah, no, I just poured some Bell Mead. So who's in here? Question: if you're in here and you've had Bell Mead before, do you like the old Bell Mead or the newer Bell Mead? If you remember, the old Bell Mead cask strength used to be a variation of ABV, right? It wasn't locked in, and then eventually they went to the one that's I think what's the new one? It's like 108.3, yeah. So it didn't used to be that, right? It used to be like this, right? This is the old Bell Mead cask strength. This one happens to be 115.8 back when they had individual casking. And then they finally went through this thing and they're like, what we think it tastes the best is at 108.3, and then they just started making it 108.3. I personally like the old stuff. I like the variation of proofs and stuff like that. So did everybody get your pork and sauerkraut for your New Year's Day so that you can have a healthy and wealthy? David, I agree completely, man. I like the old stuff better. I mean, I understood why they did what they did, but at the same time, it's just, I'd rather have quality over quantity. So, yeah. It's a little dark right now. The light that I usually have went out. So I had to go to an old light that is off in the distance. I could bring it closer, but I don't want to. So it's good enough. I like all these trick plays and gadget plays. When they're going to this shit early, they're just sweating. I hope this game goes well.
Oh, somebody's front door is going off.
Oh, that's mine. Either someone's coming or going. Good tell. See what's going on.
I heard it.
And live.
Oh. Hey, we got people. We got people coming in.
My daughter's best friend. Hey, holy cow, there he is.
Hit it, Bobby, hit it.
There he is. What's up, Mr.
The man, the myth, the legend, straight out of Colorado.
I almost tried some Colorado a second ago, and I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know if I want to. Are you watching these games, Brian?
Unfortunately, I'm trying to get some
Work
contracts completed. So
work stuff. Ooh, yuck.
Okay. You got this sweatshirt on. I'm gonna ask. Holy shit! They're all over our YouTube and Instagram the last 2 days. The straight lines and bourbon.
They're everywhere.
Give me the lowdown.
Eric, it's just an individual that's in the community that we like to support, and
I know, but in the last 2 days, dude,
the thing was, I think what Chris saying, probably the same thing I am, was there some reason?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just like a random, in the past, you'd see, because I know who he is too. you'd see like people supporting shirts. But the last couple of days, it's like everybody that had one has had it on.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if there was a reason.
Oh, no, I have no idea. This was just washed. So.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
no, that's
a good enough
reason I
reason.
was asking. Like, I didn't know if everybody, like, if something happened or everybody's just really supporting right now, because everybody in the last 2 days has had that sweatshirt on or t-shirt.
I mean,
everybody.
It's really comfy too.
That always helps. That always helps. But it was just like, whoa, out of nowhere, everybody's putting them on the last 2 days.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I know they've been out there. I was just curious if there was something going on.
Making sure that there wasn't something that, needed some extra support or something.
Yeah.
Something was going on.
Extra support.
Yeah. It's got the underwire. It's got the comfy hoodie with underwire.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm gonna admit Brian is the first one that's been wearing that's not a female in the last 2 days. So.
Yeah.
Underwire is a good comment.
Yeah. It's for my belly underwire.
Hey, nothing wrong with that,
Yeah, that's for sure. What's up, Dustin?
Not much. Just thought I'd have a couple pours with you guys. I decided I was not going to be productive or anything like that today, and I was like, well, I'm not going to do that. Why not just come hang out with you guys?
Dude. I mean, productivity.
I was in the mood to watch football and have a pour and smoke a cigar, and I told Chris, I said, we ought to just hang out and do it.
Yeah, my productivity was getting the tubs out and getting all my equipment that used to be downstairs out and putting it out here in the garage. Attaboy. Those are good this year.
Yeah, this is the first time I've actually seen one of these just basically, somewhat available.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some weird stuff come floating out lately.
Last time I saw one of those, they wanted $1.20 for it.
Oh,
geez, no. They're still like $50, $65.
Yeah, I paid like 55 or something, and it was 300 points, I think, but whatever.
Nice.
No, it was 100 points. 100 points.
I did get shocked and had no idea it was coming or they were going to be in our area, but the cast strength, because usually you have to go out there to get it.
Oh, now you're talking.
Oh, the new 10-year.
Yeah.
But I haven't cracked it yet, but Illinois got a bunch of the cast strength.
That's correct.
Have you tried that? So how do you pronounce that? Is that the Amatula?
Amontillado.
It wasn't even close.
It's good.
It's
at that 10. The 10 you just had up.
Yeah, the 10's a little closed still. I'm not super impressed with it so far.
Right.
It's like it doesn't have enough spring bank and it doesn't have enough sherry. It's like something's got to pick up here, and it's 5 years in first fill fresh sherry. So we'll give it some time,
Yeah.
I've had the 10 and the 15. I have the 10, 12, and 15.
Standard 10?
Okay. No. Exactly what you have.
Oh, you got the brand new, just came out of Amontillado. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Don't get me wrong. It's just the problem is next to the 12. The 12 just kills it.
Yeah.
The 12 is this particular batch 12. Probably on the lower side score-wise for me, but man, it is a flavor bomb. It has a finish that you're just like, holy crap. And just FYI, my face is going to change colors here because I've got a 43-inch TV, like 12 inches from my face, basically, that has the game full screen.
We would have figured it out. It would have taken me a while. I'd be like, hey, what are you okay? No.
Well, I was trying to think of the thing is what I usually do on the big monitors, I make it into four screens. But the problem is I can't full screen a quarter screen. It's either full screen or it's in the little box box.
Where are you at?
So this monitor would be much better if it was about 4 feet further back, but then I'd have to. What I need to do is I'd put my desktop. I need to get wheels for it so I can put it on the floor, and then maybe I could do that.
Yep.
But I can't just have the desktop sitting on the floor because.
So is it a TV or are you rocking the Panasonic 43-inch or the Dell 43-inch monitor?
It's a Dell 43 U series. Yeah, it's it's sharp.
Nice.
Yeah, I kind of part of me regrets not spending extra money and getting the Asus one, but
Yeah.
The cost difference was
It's huge.
pretty staggering because I got
huge.
Retail on this was only about 400 less, but
Okay.
I got it well under retail. So
Good.
Whereas the
that's-
Asus I don't see on sale yet.
No.
Or at least
Well,
at the time I wasn't.
Dude, that's like talking about those chairs. You know.
Oh, dude! Like I said, if you want a chair that like anybody's going to feel comfortable in, $600 is pretty. Like, okay, 500 starting.
Yeah. When I went into the industrial store, like I said, the industrial store or whatever, I sat in it. Dude, it was awesome. It was $8.99. I'm like, I'm not going to pay that. And then Amazon had that flash sale. It had the 150 off plus another 100 off. And it was $6.99 before that, not the $899.
Yeah, I was going to say the Amazon price you put out there was actually a really good price. I glanced quickly, and that was way better than the market.
It was like $450, but then the other 100 off. Dude, it was $350.
Well, hey man, I'm right now sitting on a padded folding chair.
That's what I've been doing for 2 years because my last so-called good chair, my parents bought me one, wasn't so good.
Yeah, I mean, I've got an office chair in my office, but that's not where I watch football and stuff. So.
Yeah. My kids got on the office chair, both of them together, and decided to start wrestling in the office chair, and they broke the arm. When it broke the arm, the back of the chair went.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've been looking at new chairs, and I mean, the thing is, you have to sit in them. It's such a pain in the ass.
Dude, I spent a month going around to different places, sitting in everyone's chairs, trying them out, and then going to the different office stores, trying them out. I'm like,
the problem is the
Herman Millers were nice. I do like them, but like I said, if I sat in there longer than 10 minutes, and dude, I was sitting in chairs a long time, steel cases, everything. That Herman Miller, for some reason, the way the lip is on the end of the chair, was starting to dig into the back of my calves because I have bigger calves. And I'm like, dude, I sit here 6-8 hours a day when I'm rocking on stuff.
Yeah.
There's no way. I'd have to have my legs like stretched out, which made it feel real uncomfortable because I tried to do that because the way they're curved, that didn't feel good.
Yeah, I know. Like when I go into the office at work, we've probably got half a dozen different types of chairs, and I don't like a single one of them. And part of the issue is I'm too big for them.
Yeah,
I got a big ass. That's a problem. Like I won't do armrests because like they're restrictive on me. Like the thing that got me back in the day was when I wore suits. I got my pant pocket caught in them a couple times.
Caught on it and ripped them. Yeah, Dude, when I used to work at the newspaper and wear suits all the time, same shit, dude. Same shit.
And I mean, I was smaller back. I was smaller back then. I mean, I was. But the problem is, even when I'm fit, I still got I got a big butt, like just deep. So I have to wear pleated pants. So my pockets are always wide open. It's just like, all right,
dude. You know me. I'm not a small dude.
No.
I still wear, depending on the pants, suit pants and everything, a 38 to a 40, even as a big ass dude.
Really? I'm much bigger.
But you get to my thighs, that's where my problem is. Like when I was playing pro ball, I had a 31.5-inch waist when they measured me, and I had 32-inch thighs.
Yeah, I remember back when I was 220 and like at my best lifting terms, I went and bought a suit, and she looked at the pants and she goes, "Oh boy, we're gonna have to custom these." So I had at the time a 35-inch waist. I bought a 46 waist and had them bring it in.
That's what all mine were. That's what all mine were, brought in to fit my legs.
Yeah.
So that pocket, at that point, it flares out to that point. Dude, I caught those on chairs left and right, dude. No Gouda.
I can't believe you're only at 40 though, man. I didn't because you're wide everywhere, but
dude, my shoulders are so wide it's not even funny. It sucks.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, also depends on where your pants sit versus your belly, because like, for unfortunately for me, I'm actually almost my thickest at the waist. Like I'm only maybe like 2 inches wider at my most like girthy in my belly.
Yeah.
Because my belly doesn't stick out that much. Problem is for me, my hips go wider as I get fatter. It's just like, God dang it. So I just get wider.
Right. Yeah. My waist is a smaller area. Get a little lower to the hips, starts to widen out. But the problem is my ass is big from all the lifting and all the squatting and all the leg press and shit. My ass is big.
Yeah, I actually have not been
my waist. It ain't my waist.
Having lifted less lately, I definitely am not missing the giant quads. At the same time, I want to lift heavy weights because it's fun. So I've been slowly getting back on the squats and stuff. I've been doing the safety squat bar for I don't know how much I'm squatting because I don't know what the bar weighs, but let's say 250 for full sets of 5, full absolute ass to grass. And I mean literally mechanically, physically, the human body doesn't go lower.
Right.
And I haven't gotten to where they're actually anywhere close to hard for me, but there's a mental thing about getting that low, and also that safety squat bar, making sure you keep it really right.
Mm-hmm.
I've been really struggling.
Form's the pain in the ass with those.
Yeah, and then I've noticed my shoulders are really tensing up and tightening as I'm trying to make sure when I go down.
Yeah.
No.
When I moved everything in the garage, it was to get all my weightlifting stuff back going again because I've been lifting again.
Yeah.
Which once again, not good for how big my shoulders and shit are already.
No. I bought a 3XL T-shirt recently, and it's baggy in my chest, baggy in my waist. It's starting to become a belly shirt because it shrank just a little bit. And my shoulders have gotten wider, and I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Dude, that's me. Everything fits fine, but the shoulders on everything.
Yeah, somebody asked me why all my dress shirts I always roll them up, and I was like, well, part of it is I don't like having this my forearms covered. The other part is I've gotten bigger in my shoulders, and
dude, tell me about it. Tell me about it. 3XL talls. I got those because of my shoulders. The shits. And if I stood up and let it hang, it's worse than me sitting down right now.
See, mine's going the opposite way. It's, they're coming up because my shoulders are getting. And it's I guess I got to buy a longer sleeve now. And I'm like, man, I don't dress up enough.
I measured these. These are 40s. The sleeve length is 40s on these. Because I went to the men's big and tall store. Because they said the shoulders were wider. I'm like, yeah. Now the arms are longer. I can't win. I'm like, do you have ones with shorter arms? Because I'm not 6'10".
Well, it's the same issue.
My shoulders are this wide, and they're
well, that's the problem I have with sweatpants. Is again, I got the wide hips, so as you get wider, though, they get longer, and I don't have long. It's you get a 2XL or 3XL, and all of a sudden they assume you're 6'4" with the 36 inseam. I'm like, bro, I have short legs and a tall torso. I'm the complete opposite of that.
If I don't buy the tall or go to the men's store, my sleeves are normally here. I'm like, I can't win, dude. I can't win.
Of course you can. You just have to have everything custom made. So just how that just get that MLB money back, man. You just been a better pitcher.
Well, then I need to keep on going to the casino because I've been on a good run.
Oh, nice. There you go.
You guys
get some damn 4-gate out, man, so you guys can make some money.
We talked about it today. What's
up,
Ed?
But really, wait till after the first quarter so I have money. Wait till everybody gets their bonuses in, in March, and then drop a bunch of stuff.
I know.
I'm not even joking on that one. That's actually a really good strategy for a brand like yours. April 1st, drop a ton of stuff after everybody's gotten their bonuses, if you can get it out.
I'm all in, dude. I'm all in.
You guys still just having issues with getting was the SQU number?
It's RNDC, dude. All of our stuff is in their computers. They won't bring it in. And to give you an idea, Indiana, I've been working with 4 stores there that are our biggest sellers that helped me grow Indiana into our number 2 state last year.
Okay.
They all want stuff. They all want everything we released last year. They can't get it.
You only released one bottle last year, right?
2. The Triple Oak.
Okay.
And then the Kelvin 60.
Okay, Triple Oak was like January 1st almost.
Yeah.
And then Kelvin was April-ish?
Yeah. right
was
before
early.
Derby. Right before Derby. So, been in talks with them. All of them were in. They're like, yeah, we want it. They're like, I talked to the actual RNDC salesperson for their respective areas, all of them together on a conference call. I gave them the new head of the luxury portfolio for Kentucky and Indiana because now it's one person. They have all called, emailed, done everything they can. 0 replies.
Welcome to my life.
What's going to happen when Old Carter gets back and up and running? Are they going to have the same issues?
Yes.
Yeah, but you got to remember now.
Mind you, that's that Old Carter can
now on top of Kentucky.
be gone.
Remember, they're based out of quote unquote Washington D.C. with Bill Thomas and Jack Rose.
Yeah.
The other owners based out of there. Well, they're not there, but their LLC is based out of there. So Washington, they can ship anything there they want. They can distribute straight from Jack Rose, 100%.
True.
And that's gonna get away from having to go to Seal Box, them having to be Bourbon Outfitters and all that. They can post their stuff right on oldcarter.com and do releases, and all of it can ship right out of Jack Rose.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens because Old Carters are going on sale now.
Yeah.
Unless
it's secondary, and then it's like going through the roof like no tomorrow.
Really? I don't look at secondary much. I've never seen an Old Carter.
I'll tell you what, secondary, a lot of stuff was right around retail, maybe $50 more. When the company was up for auction, all of a sudden, even batch 10 American was going for $500 a bottle.
Fuck that.
Yeah. It went crazy, and I'm like, it's already expensive. Come on.
Yeah, and it's not, I give Old Carter a lot of credit. They were really the first brand that I discovered, light whiskey that could be amazing from. They were one of the first to kind of prove me, there's a way to make younger MGP blended well into a really nice bourbon.
Yeah.
But in today's market, they're $150 brand bottle.
Yeah. Well, I'm right there with you.
$200 maybe for some of the ones they do toasted barrels with, maybe.
At the end of the day, that 99.1 came out. That was Bourbon 5 and Bourbon 10. Okay. Now, West Fork in Indianapolis, right outside Indianapolis, bought a ton of those barrels and based their whole brand off of it.
Mm-hmm. Those were also toasted, though. That is one thing that Old Carter did.
So,
they did finish them.
So I did all these events in Indiana with West Fork right next to me. And those were the big red liquors and everything else that are now all come into one. I sat with the owners all the time. Tried the bottle and bond. Oh, fantastic. He pulls out a bottle. He goes, this is our cast strength blend. We don't release this. We have it at the quote unquote distillery. Okay. Tried. I'm like, do you know what you're sitting on? I'm like, this is a beautiful blend.
Yeah.
This is as good as Old Carter 5 and 10. They're going for $1,000 a piece on secondary.
I never got
why are you not selling this as a blend at cast strength?
I never got the insane hype on those two. I liked them both.
I liked them too.
When people started saying whiskey, their bourbon of the year, and I'm like, what did you drink this year?
No.
Five had that really nice coffee note in it. It was really nice. And then 10,
Richie Z, what's going on?
Then 10 was darker, richer. It was a good bourbon, man. I wanted one, but I just at the end of the day, I was like, man, 150, 175, but it was 230 where I was seeing it, and I was like,
yeah. And Richie, the unnamed man, the young gentleman down in the corner, is Brian Dewar, who is part of 10th Mountain Whiskey.
Yep, that's me. I'm here to do things and stuff and take your money. Well, have you spend money on my company.
It's an ambitious goal.
Hell yeah.
It works.
I think anytime you have a company and you want people to spend money on it, I don't care who you are, it's ambitious.
Well, ambition comes with the person and the perspective of actually creating wealth, and wealth through proper management. And if you do it correctly, you don't have to do it at all.
Well, I stand by anybody who's willing to go and put their ass on the line and make a company. That's ambition.
Yeah. Well, I just run the company. I didn't make it.
Tomato.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, your ass is on the line.
Run it, make it. I mean, once you make the decision that this is my one job, your ass is that's a commitment.
Yeah.
God, I wish this was my only job. I also run Bourbon with Friends. I run a nonprofit that takes veterans hunting and fishing around the world for free.
Fair enough.
I teach.
Extra ambitious guy then.
Mainly just tired at this point.
All right, Brian.
That's part of ambition.
Brian, tell everyone what you do.
I am the director of 10th Mountain Whiskey and Spirit Company out of Vail, Colorado. I am the owner and one of the hosts of Bourbon with Friends podcast. And I run a nonprofit that takes veterans hunting and fishing around the world called Base Camp 40 Warriors into the Wild. It's based in Grand Junction, Colorado, where we develop and help maintain individuals all around that serve this country honorably. No matter what you did, you're eligible, and bring them on outdoor ventures. So that's what I do.
Good
Perfect.
shit, man. Good for you.
And tell them your background. Besides that,
I am a former United States Marine. I'm also a former federal agent with the Department of Homeland Security that focused on human trafficking and sex trafficking. And my family used to own Dewar's Scotch. So I may know a little bit about whiskey, but I'm more particular on knowing who you are and what makes you drive.
and that, my friends, is why that guy is awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers to you, Brian. Oh shit, the Spring Bang 21 coming out.
Yeah, I'm
Ain't
too
nothing
broke.
like a New Year's party.
Yeah, I got a good price on this one, so I was pretty pleased. First one I've been able to buy since 2020, so
Yeah,
because I have not been willing to pay retail for them since 2020.
dude. Like we all know, everything's got so crazy on prices. Everything's got nuts. I don't play the rat race anymore. You know?
Well, there's so many sales going on right now, though. It's
I know.
it's crystal clear that the market will not continue to bear the current prices that they have forced down our throats.
No.
That's a yes and no. So I'm saying yes and no for two different reasons, because taxes are going to lower, which is going to be able to maintain the strength of these prices and help that push in the right direction. And no, based off of portfolio inventory and possibly the tariffs that are going to be coming in based off of lowering those taxes. So if you have a higher tariff rate, which means bottles, and 90% of the bottles in the U.S. come from outside of the U.S. that we bottle with here.
Yeah.
And again, that's going to fall under Scotch and Canadian whiskey and all these others that are going to have a higher tariff rate. That's going to cause those prices to go up. But U.S. prices they should lower a bit. But this is a big but. We may see a slight increase, not decline, with those numbers. Because
I
don't see taxes going down at all, but
well,
I can tell you all the bottles at Foregate come from Poland.
I mean, we'll see. I'm not expecting to see taxes come down, especially for 90% of us, because we don't pay enough in taxes for it to be meaningful, unfortunately.
Well, it depends on what type of taxes you're going to be paying down, right? So it could be something that you don't even realize you're going to be paying for in the long run. It could be going to your grocery store. So that state tax may be going down a little bit, or your city tax may go down a little bit because they're getting more incentives from the federal government to lower them. So you're able
Oh
to
my
Yeah,
god!
I don't see it. I don't see that at all. Like, and then on top of that, tariffs are going to raise prices, and tariffs are a tax.
tariffs are
Ohio
taxed. Well, I
State.
said it's a yes and no answer.
So again, I don't see that. And then on top of that, the bourbon distilleries are making a ton of money selling overseas, and they're going to get counter tariffs, so they're going to struggle selling internationally. It's going to hurt the bourbon guys probably, honestly, maybe even more than we think, because that was a growing market they were enjoying, and if they start getting retaliation, I mean, geez.
Yeah. Like
Australia is pretty well set up, where Australia probably could figure a way to somehow distill bourbon in Australia and still make it legal.
Isn't
Nobody
that
else
what
could.
Starward is called?
No, Star Wars not.
Bobby, what the hell got into Ohio State?
What do you mean?
It's 28-0, and there's 10 minutes to go in the second quarter.
28.
Man, can you stop having a future feed on all of us, Chris?
Smith just nailed another 50-yard TD.
It's 23 here still.
I show 24.
Okay, well, I was off on that, but I just saw the touchdown, and I thought it went to 24.
Okay, yeah, they're taking the extra point right now for me. I knew my stream would be last because mine's not legal.
Like Smith just broke free, and there was nobody near him.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. It's been nothing but Smith. When I was watching earlier, I had to go up and say goodbye to the kids, but
Yeah,
it's been nothing but Smith the whole time. It's like
dude, he was non-existent the last 5 games, and now all of a sudden, it's the freaking Smith show.
Well, I'm not upset by it.
I am, but that's just because I hate Ohio State.
Well, Ohio State hates you.
Good. I don't want to be
He lives
associated.
in Ohio.
He was in Cincinnati.
Okay, he's a Kentucky fan, and we all know it. He went to school there. You can't hate on him.
It's much more to do with
they took a Georgia retread quarterback who was
It's much more to do with
5-star,
Ohio State
and
fans
he
in
sucked.
Cincinnati. They are not fun to be around.
They're not fun to be around unless you're a Ohio State fan.
I mean, dude, they're a different level of like workplace harassment and distraction around here. Like,
Yes.
I mean, I worked with a guy. I mean, and I kid you not, this guy would literally, like, like after a game, if you were rooting for the team they beat, he'd come in at 4 a.m., probably still drunk from the night before, and then go back and sleep and change your entire cubicle to Ohio State stuff. Like, it was really funny, like, the first, 3 or 4 months I worked with the guy. After a while, it was like, he would walk into a meeting and just scream, OH.
I-O. I mean, oh, yeah. I get it.
Oh, man. I miss these being like a thing I could, like, pick up for $250.
Bobby, he's drinking a Springbank 21, by the way. What are you lighting up there, big guy? Big old Festivus, dude. That's what I'm finishing up right now. Hell yeah. Dude, this is my second one. I have not got the pepper note you were talking about at all. I got a little bit on the first third of my first one, and then they were really mellow.
Yeah, so I only get that pepper note in the very beginning. I'd say about the first, half inch to 3/4 inch, and then it's gone. Once you get into the meat of it, it kind of goes away.
I'm regretting reviewing this as a sample. Somebody sent me a sample and we reviewed it.
Yeah,
I wasn't super
How's your
impressed.
contracts going, Brian? Are they going good? Is it all good?
I got most of it written up. I just got to correct a few words that I fucked up.
Gotcha.
One contract, I haven't got to do 2 more.
nice.
Yeah.
I wrote contracts on 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? No, yesterday. I was writing them yesterday for my new company.
I've been
Fun, not fun.
It is what it is. I'm used to it. It only takes me about an hour per contract if it's under 5 pages.
That ain't bad.
Mine aren't that bad. Because it's for advertising sales. So
Well,
not quite what you're doing, but still.
this isn't like that. This is investment contracts,
Yeah.
things of that nature. So
Yeah, a lot more coordinated than what I was doing, but I was doing that, but yet automating all the contracts so I could send them out and somebody could fill them out themselves instead of the sales reps and, fill out their stuff and send it back.
Nice.
I like everything automated where it just flows right into my system and goes right into my billing because I built it to go right into the CRM. Then straight from there was Zapier to the billing and boom, 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 done.
What CRM?
I'm using the basic Salesforce because right now I only have 2 salespeople.
Fair enough.
I mean, Salesforce works for up to mid-sized companies pretty well.
Dude, the basic one's working great. I built contract forms I built the forms in JotForm just because it integrates well. And now they really have it.
Should be building it in the first place anyways.
What's that?
That's what you should be building it in the first place anyways,
Yeah.
if you're not someone who's a contract expert.
Yeah. So I'm building it there and it's built to flow into there, but yet everything like the artwork they upload and everything else goes into Dropbox files for the artwork. It goes into the Excel spreadsheet automatically for the publication. So the list is there so I know where it's at. It works really nice. But it's a lot of back end BS, and time to build it out. But once you build out one, it's copy, paste, and change names and stuff and relink.
Yeah. This one's a little bit different since this is
You're doing a lot more high end than I am. Mine's simple and straight to the point. It's fun, but it is what it is.
Wish this was simple. Make my life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, Ed, I had fun making all those lasagnas, doing it from scratch, having fun, making my own pasta sheets, everything. Those goddamn things weigh too much. Each one of them probably weighs 15, 20 pounds. Multiple layers. I like making multiple layer.
So what were you making lasagna for?
The house. Here.
No,
Kids.
just
I
doing it.
I like to make it all at once for the year.
Yeah.
So I freeze a couple of the other ones, I vacuum bag on top of it, the pans, so they keep longer than 3 months. So they last for the year, so I don't have to make them again. I just make them all in one day for the year.
There you go.
Simple and done. I like simple and done.
You got the space to store a year's worth of food.
Well, I have a full stand-up, freezer out here in the garage next to me, so.
Yeah.
It just makes it easier, man.
A lot easier. I gotta go open the garage for the gunny.
And on top of it, like one of the awesome things here, our butcher meat store does a killer sale on Black Friday.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if you can freeze all that.
Now, I don't wait in line for bourbon, but I wait in line for the meat.
Again, if you got the freezer space where you can make it worth your while.
Oh, dude, fresh ground hamburger and stuff that day. It was 5-pound bags for $14 of 80-12 fresh ground. The New York strips were 10-ounce strips for $5 a piece. You could buy 10. So me and my wife went and got in line at store number 1 because they have 3 stores. We went to all 3 stores. We got 5 kids. We went to all 3 stores and stood in line to make sure we could be done by noon because they end at noon. And did that because, dude, I can't beat those prices at all.
No, if you got space for that kind of stuff, it's awesome.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
we
I recently
come home, bag, put them in the freeze, the airtight freezer bags for what we use each time. Done, over.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was surprised. So I picked up like the Bounty Home Essentials paper towels the other day, which are like a thinner, cheaper version, but it's like a 4-pack's like $7.
Mm-hmm.
And like as far as like normal paper towel stuff, like where I want to dry a counter or something, not so great.
Yeah.
But I just hand washed 6 Glencairns, And I just took 2 halves, basically 1 paper towel. And went through every single one of them, and it didn't fall apart. It felt like it was going to fall apart the whole time.
They don't fall apart.
It didn't.
They don't leave all the bullshit on them either.
No, I was impressed. I was like, you know what?
Just some garbage.
I'm gonna still buy the regular ones for like normal uses, but like
we use the regular ones, but I buy those too, and I have them out here in the garage for cleanup out here.
Yeah,
but I use those friends too.
But they're so cheap. It's like, okay.
Bobby's pushing buttons.
Yeah, he wants the 2 guys with like the dark screens together, and then the 2 guys.
I didn't touch anything.
Lighting.
You had 2 of. I didn't touch nothing.
I didn't touch anything. I was talking to Steve.
I'm here to paint. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Hey, StreamYard, thanks.
Oh man, thought I double fist while we're watching the game.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
You shouldn't do that on a live.
Well, what are you doing? Spring Break 21, and what else?
I'll tell you what. That would be miserable for someone.
Is that a Cadenhead 21? 26.
Someone would
Highland
be very.
Park. Ooh.
They'd be like,
what you had?
They'd be like, did you lose like
That
100
was
pounds?
good.
Did you get a little bit not so girthy?
Yeah, that was the one that Cheech was like.
No, there he goes.
Hey
There he
boys.
goes.
Hey boys,
There he goes.
30-0. 30-0.
Henderson just broke it.
It's going to be a shutout.
In the first half.
OH.
Oregon, go home now.
Man,
Holy
Better for you,
blowout.
Dustin.
hey, whatever. At the end of the day, I'll survive.
Listen, this is the deal, right? I mean, I love watching football. I will say this though, and this is coming from a little bit of discontent. That fucking coach from Oregon deserves this. That
Dan Lanning?
bullshit shit he did, and then he sit there and like smiled about it and like, you know what? Fuck that pompous dirtbag. I hope he fucking just sucks nut sweat forever.
Like I said, Ohio
remember,
State fans.
Now remember,
Ohio
you
State
talked about Cam Scatabo doing that during the first half, and look what happened to that game.
Dude, I'll tell you what, scary.
Classic Ohio State fan right here. See, disrespects people. He's rude. He's nasty.
No. Do you remember what I'm talking about? What that coach did?
I vaguely recall it. I get it, but
Listen. I had no problem. I had no problem, right? Because listen, I support my hometown teams. I'm not like off the deep end. But when you go out of your way and you do something like that, and then you smile and wink about it, I don't know. There's just something that
You sure shit better back it up when you do that shit.
yeah, you know, it always
let's go
on fire.
Let's just keep pouring.
As long as they don't mount some.
A little comparison today.
I like seeing you do the a 12 years coming in. 12 years coming in to take on the 26 and 21.
Well, that wasn't what I planned on pouring. We'll pour this too, I guess.
So, Chris,
I didn't know I had this out.
one of my buddies texted me. He said, "What the heck is happening?" I said, "Looks like the real Slim Shady just stood up."
So I didn't know I had this out, but apparently I did.
You did? No, I know you did. You just told me you poured it and you pointed
No,
out.
no. This is a different whiskey.
Oh, it's different?
Yeah.
Oh, a Ducktown Glenlivet. Oh, shit.
There's still 8 minutes left in the second.
I just saw the 26 here. I didn't realize you had something different. Damn, boy.
Dude,
Go big or go home.
they're not.
I brought out whiskeys to drink today, and I thought I had.
At least I'm at home. I don't have to go home when you're pulling out these bangers.
Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, right?
Banger. Wait.
Yeah. Well,
That's
the thing was, so yesterday I had to finish continued education that I was supposed to have submitted like 6 months ago, and I paid to extend it to December 31st. And then I was like, I'm December 31st. So I sipped on a few whiskeys, but I ended up going to bed early just from exhaustion from like.
Dude, I went to
webinars.
bed last night at 9 because I worked all day yesterday until like 4:30.
Yeah,
I
don't get me wrong.
ripped.
I had a few pours, but I was gonna have like some nice pours, and I just didn't get to it. So this is my my good pour day.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I was drinking some like the new Signatory Vintage series that they've started doing. Or sorry, not Vintage. Signatory. I know it's vintage, but it's like their entry level stuff. So I got like a 10-year-old Kalila that was like 50 pounds. It's not cast strength. It's 100 proof, but English proof.
That's the vintage series, right?
Yeah. So it's 100 proof, but it's English 100 proof, which is like 114 American proof.
roughly.
Yeah, 114.1 or whatever it is.
What in the hell is going on?
I don't know. You're ahead of me, so I'm.
Dude, I mean, it's like 7:57. Ohio State is like, I mean, we're not even halfway through the second.
You guys are playing out of your goddamn mind.
It's crazy.
So this is something I'm predicting is going to happen more and more with this playoff. Is the teams that get the bye week in the first week are going to come in rusty and they're going to get beat, and we're going to end up with a worse overall like quality of playoff because of this bye week. I think they should have gone 16.
What, dude? Wait till you see this half-ass punt.
It's terrible.
Wait till you see this half-ass punt.
Okay, yeah, we're not there yet for
It
me.
was not good.
All right, I got one more clean glass. What's that for?
Are they ahead of us?
Yeah,
Chris is a little bit ahead.
I'm ahead. Somehow.
I switched my
On the
feed,
same
so I'm not
feed.
as far ahead. Oh, that's nice. The OKI 11.
This is
Those were good.
This is a store pick that Party Source just did.
Yeah.
It's 107 proof at cast strength. It tastes like the best grape noted Eagle Rare you've ever had at cast strength with barrel char smoke on the finish. It's fucking wild.
Sign me up, please.
I just ignored it because I was like, it didn't sell out, and it was like $120, and then
Oh, fuck my life.
No, thank
and then
you.
and then one day I asked him like, hey, do you guys have a sample? I could try that. And he goes, oh yeah, we got a bottle, and he poured me some, and I went,
Oh shit.
Wait till this next play. What the hell?
I was like, okay, I'll take one of those with me.
You talking about the run play?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I'm on the same time as you. I'm real
catch
close.
up now?
I think I'm real. Well, I changed feeds. I changed from one feed to a different.
Dude.
But you know, Henderson's been running like that, and the other guys have been all run. I mean, Oregon, the offensive line of Ohio State has been dominating most of this game.
Oof.
Most of these scores have been, it's equal run pass.
Oh, this Dufftown is incredible smelling.
I'm guessing they're out of that
Wow.
stuff now, aren't they?
Holy cow, guys.
Oh no, the Dufftown I bought.
No, I'm saying that OKI.
Oh. Yeah, so as soon as I bought it, like the next day it sold out. It'd been on the shelf for like 4 months. Like, blew my mind. Like, you just all of a sudden, bam.
Little Remus 5, why not?
That's a good one.
Big Vic, what's up?
I tell you what, I finally decided
Vic Brown
my review on the 8 was wrong. This is a much worse whiskey than I thought. The more I go back, the worse this thing is.
Dude, you had that reviewed well, and I was thinking about going back into the series because I quit at 6, and you said that was really good.
I did think it was pretty good, and then Mike was the one who was like, and I gotta say, Mike ended up right on that one because, yeah, the more I go back, the more I'm like, it misses on the notes that you should get on 10-year MGP. I think I was just really hyped to have 10-year MGP back in it. And I think I let my bias get in the way a little bit. It happens.
Dude, I will tell you the 9-year and the 10-year Penelopes that they did were really good.
Wow.
And now
I had the 9-year when it came out. Really enjoyed it, but it didn't do any of like the old. So I just took a sip of this 11-year okay.
It gave me the caramel notes again. You know what I mean?
Richie, I don't have.
It had none of the
caramel, but it didn't give me the big oak finish.
Richie, I do not have the Remus.
Yeah. And that's what was killing me was I wanted all that I wanted that oak finish.
Yeah.
What that 9 did is it got rid of the young note on MGP, which I'm very sensitive to young MGP. It really bothers my palate.
Well, all the younger MGP that's come out has that orange essence of orange note, and I've been like, no.
And I get a slight vegetal note on the finish on young MGP, which I do not enjoy that at all.
No, and that's why the Penelope got me a little excited because hey, here's the caramel note, but where's the oak finish?
It had this. It had like the Werther's sweetness.
Yeah,
it had no real finish. Like the finish was just.
No. No, and now you see, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the CEO of MGP quit. He essentially got fired and quit. They also have a huge class action lawsuit against them by their investors because they falsified documents on their sales and what they have racked or rigged.
Yikes. I continue to
So now all of a sudden, you know, those 9 and 10 years that they were releasing that were ultra limited and they had that big release. Oh, Vinny's just rolled out 10 and 11 year store picks of those Penelope 10 and 11 years.
we got some pretty old ones showing up around here, yeah.
You know, 1 month after they were releasing those $200-$300 bottles with a fancy box, here comes the same thing in a single barrel pick. For
MGP has done an absolutely embarrassingly bad job at developing brands and marketing. They're making great whiskey. They might be the best distillery in the country, but boy, are they bad at everything else involved in selling bourbon.
Their original job wasn't to sell bourbon, though.
I get that, but they've put a ton of money and a ton of effort the last few years into this. I mean, we're now on Remus Reserve 8. 8 years they've been doing this and miserably failing.
And Ben, you asked what box? The 10 years, they had a big release in Louisville and a big release at Lux Row that you had to apply for to see if you won the right to come there to buy it. And they did an A, B, C, D, and E, I believe, release of all those. And they came in a fancy box. They were like $200 and some. And now all of a sudden their store picks were 100 and whatever. And yes, they're a state foundation. The picks are a state foundation too.
Yeah.
Like all those people just got bumped for a box and had to drive there to get it.
This 12 cast strength is interesting. It's a little funky, not super exciting up front. But boy, does it have a finish. Wow. I mean, it's actually getting stronger. 30 seconds after
shit, man. 34-0 with 3 minutes to go in the first half.
I don't think Oregon's got the offense this year to make a comeback.
I bet you can get come
They
on back.
definitely don't have the
Sorry, that's not
defense.
right.
They don't have the defense to offset the comeback.
I mean, come on. Wisconsin was terrible this year, and Wisconsin lost by a field goal in the last seconds.
Well, I mean, every
Is this like
team
a
that goes
Kim
undefeated has
Kardashian
a
story?
game like that.
What's that?
Is this like a Kim Kardashian story?
Kind of.
She got cum on her back.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dude, that was like one of the
A few
funniest
times
things ever when they did that in The Office.
Oh, yeah.
One here plays Texas.
Wait, Kim Kardashian in The Office?
No.
No,
They were
just a joke.
talking about a good comeback story. And
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. So you mean like Kim Kardashian? So funny.
The weirdest thing ever. 2 women became icons with women selling stuff by having porn tapes released.
Yeah.
Like, no guy respects either of those women as a person. I mean, from a business mogul standpoint, I guess you can't really hate on Kim, but the amount of money she and Paris Hilton made from doing porn tapes is hilarious. And it's girls who are eating it up, and it's like they weren't even the ones watching it.
No.
Like, guys watched it and went, cool. And then they're like,
But
They're
hey,
still alive?
unlike Kim, Miss Hilton faded away, but is still making bank, raising her kids and keeping them out of the spotlight.
Let's be real.
Living a
I
good
mean,
life.
Paris Hilton looks better now than she ever did. Yeah, my wife had that discussion the other
She
day.
looked pretty good in One Night in Paris, man.
But I'm saying, but when she went through this whole, like went away for a long time, you see her come back after kids and that stuff.
I haven't seen her since
running the business side of it. She looks fantastic.
Dude, she looks normal, like you
Yeah.
would expect it, but she looks,
Well, as long as you stay skinny, and you don't do major cosmetic surgery, you usually look fairly okay until you get to your 40s. And it's not like she doesn't have all the help in the world.
She has that classic where, you have that thin girl that has kids and family and grows into this nice womanly figure. And she kind of reminds me a little bit of that, where certain areas showed up in the right places and none of the bad stuff showed.
I mean, if she saw her naked young versus now, I mean, you'd take young, but
probably not. I'm probably the opposite of that.
Okay.
Now, that's a fact. I mean, that's just
I
like a woman. I like a woman, like a full figured. I want that stuff. I want a full figured woman.
I'm just here to paint.
This is getting a little dizzying.
I'm fucking around. Sorry.
I'm gonna say that's definitely Chris this time.
That's Chris fucking around. Sorry.
I was gonna say it's got to be on YouTube because I'm sure you didn't give us access to this.
It's not me. I barely know how to do that.
Hey, it's glorious on the iPad. You just touch it and wipe across, and it does that.
Son of a monkey's uncle started talking about
Spring 21 on the ground.
Talking about young Paris and knocked over drinks.
I saw the look. I knew it was
too
Spring
excited.
21.
Hey, you know what?
It wasn't that much because it didn't go all the way over, but my keyboard got a little taste.
You got the Bounty Quicker picker up, or you can just squeeze that shit back out.
Oh man, I want to go inside and ask my wife if I can steal some of her 2024 King of Kentucky she has in the cupboard that was gifted to her.
You know what? You know what I say to that? You just do it.
I can probably refill it with some other shit, and she'll never know.
That's right.
Don't do that unless you remove all of the King of Kentucky and then put something in there. Don't mix into your King of Kentucky.
I would never do that. I would never do that.
If you want to put an ounce of water in the bottle, if it's almost full, I guess I will not kill you.
No.
It better be fucking filtered distilled water. And even then,
I will put another bottle in the cupboard.
Now that's assuming I haven't had that particular bottle. Some King of Kentuckys could use a little water. Most don't need it.
You know what? This one doesn't need it. It doesn't have a long finish.
I've never even tried
That's what she said.
The new King of Kentucky this year, you haven't seen people talk about it or review it because the finish, it's short.
Well, I mean, also
it's almost non-existent.
But again, it's single barrel.
But it tastes phenomenal. It tastes phenomenal.
I got 4 of the
are amazing. But
I got 4 of the 2019s, Chris, and they were 4 distinct bourbons.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
they all had a profile that you could really tell in this range.
Well,
but I had some that had a killer finish, and I had some that had a good finish, but had something else.
Me and you talked about that.
But they vary a lot.
Yeah, they vary huge. But this one, no finish, man. No finish. It was a fresh crack, so maybe when I go back into the sample bottle, maybe it's different.
Well, I'll tell you this: my 2020 was not special, and that's why I got 2 of those, and they're the same barrel. And so I'm I haven't opened the second one. I've actually been debating selling it.
I don't know. Were you on the guac the other night? I got a call at 1:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I was unfortunately dealing with drunks.
I'll be right back. I got to check on the lasagna, boys.
Nice.
I had driving home and saw a head-on collision and I had to pull out. Pull over. I was the DD. So went out there and pulled out a couple people from the vehicle and waited for EMS.
Yeah, that sucks.
That reminds me, once I was driving home after a night of drinking, and I'd done a proper, probably 3 hours without drinking. But I was still a little skeptical if I felt fine, but you know how breathalyzer you may feel fine, but you may not, So I was driving home and I drive past this car that has just been flipped over. No other car on the road, no sign of where it hit something. I'm literally just how how the fuck's this car upside down? There's like a bunch of college kids out, and then it dawns on me. There'll be no cops the rest of the way home. I got nothing to worry about. They're going to have to figure out what just happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
I tried to. I was about to take a picture. I was like, you know what? I don't want to get a cop catching me taking a photo in my car. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to send a message, but because I was drinking over at Jeffrey Wax, Hello Again Whiskey Friends.
Yeah.
And I wanted to send Jeff a message and go, well, this is crazy, but hey, no one's gonna pull me over.
That's right.
Yeah, they were going over the speed limit. One car was going over the speed limit by quite a bit. Hit a curb, had some ice, and
that sucks. Yeah, that's no bueno right there.
no.
That's why I stopped going out drinking on New Year's. One year, I was wearing proper dress shoes with leather soles, and I caught some ice while I was trying to hail a cab and was pretty drunk.
Yeah.
The combination was very bad. It was like sober, I still would have taken the fall. Sober, I would have landed better. Drunk, I landed very poorly. I had a black eye at work 2 days later. And my boss sees me and he goes, did you fall on the ice and hit your head? And I went, you nailed it. Whole room just started dying. And I was like, I'm just going to sit here in my corner. Like, I hadn't walked in the office for 3 seconds before he said that. I was just like, yeah, you got me. I didn't even have time to make up a story. I was just like, yeah.
Right.
Man, I switched over to the carnivore diet, so a couple of days ago, and I've just been eating straight meat.
So
I'm really missing carbs right now.
I have a question about that, right?
Yeah.
So in the carnivore diet, right? Obviously, I know that it is, meats and cheeses and stuff like that, right? Where you want to stay.
Yeah. Yeah, 100% cheese.
You can have meats and cheese as much as you want.
Yeah.
Oh, you're allowed. Oh, they allow cheese in carnivore. Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed to have cheese in
carnivore. Because cheese is not carnivore.
Carnivore is a byproduct of animal.
Yeah, it's all animal byproduct.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere in there that gives you a breakdown of? Is there a certain number of calories you're supposed to eat, or is a certain number of this? Because you can't sit there and eat a whole side of beef every day. So I'm just.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it seems I shouldn't.
I mean, but Bobby, it's your weight. I mean, you're probably 3,500 calorie maintenance roughly.
Well, I would say that it's hard to say. I mean, when I was doing the,
I'm just ballparking. Broad.
Yeah, when I was doing my nutritional thing with my nutritionist, she had me on like 2,800.
Well, but that was probably for a weight loss goal. I'm saying maintaining your current weight.
Maintaining, I could probably do like about. I shouldn't be doing more than 3,000.
Well, but again, to maintain your weight, I'm guessing 3,000 is actually under, assuming you're fairly.
But I don't want to maintain my weight, right?
No. I'm just high level here.
Oh yeah, if I was just maintaining, it would be up there.
So like 3,500 calories. Do you know how much freaking steak that is?
I can eat it. That's for sure.
I tell you what, man, it's hard unless you're doing really fatty cuts. Like if you're doing ribeyes, yes. If you're throwing down
again, but if you're adding in the milk, and
I had kind of thought about, giving that a try because
it does make more sense.
I don't really need any kind of carbs or sugars and stuff like that because I prefer if I was eating like eggs and bacon and boiled eggs, and those are the things that I like.
Yeah, I mean, but you gotta be careful with bacon though. A lot of that has sugar added.
I only ever do center cut. I typically only eat center cut bacon.
Well, it just depends on who seasoned it. I mean, you just gotta look into it.
You just need to get raw cut bacon.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah, just raw cut, center cut.
But yeah, I mean, I guess it actually makes some sense though. Like if you're still allowing yourself like yogurt and stuff, you can get certain probiotics that can help.
You can't do yogurt.
No sugars, right?
Yeah, no sugars.
You can do plain unsugared yogurt.
Yeah, you can get, but
yes and no because
if milk's allowed, you have to be allowed.
You can do cottage cheese, right?
Yes,
cottage
milk
cheese
or
part of it.
Yeah, yogurt though has more of a byproduct into it because they have to do a processing with it. Everything else does not. Cheese does not. Anything else because it's not added.
You don't have to do any
Yogurt.
additives for like Greek yogurts and stuff. I don't believe.
Well, all I was asking is I was trying to think,
I'll look that up right now.
and I would like to have.
Yeah, well, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being told I'm wrong.
Well, and I know Brian really well, and I know your background. So the reason why I'm asking is, I want to have a good jump start. So I'm looking at like a 2-month jump start, and I was thinking, well, maybe I could do the carnivore diet for 2 months, and then jump over to my healthy, clean eating that I did the first time.
I feel like
what's considered healthy, clean eating to you, though?
So everything is either steamed, or grilled. No oils, no butters, no cooking with that. Typically, you'll have like eggs, meats, vegetables. Low sugar.
So that's why, because
sodium.
you if you're switching over to carnivore and then you're going to try to switch back to that type of stuff, you can't do carbs. It's going to fuck your world up instantly the first time you eat a carb.
Because I've never done it. That's why I'm just asking.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of keto dieting. I've done a lot of keto. I've not done what he's doing exactly, but
what are we talking?
You don't
carnivore diet.
You don't like it. The thing is,
hey,
carnivore diet works.
Brian is right. Don't go back. I did.
Here's the thing with the carnivore diet. Here's the thing with carnivore diet or any low carb diet.
Come on, you guys. Jesus Christ.
Either do it if you do it, and if you feel better, you enjoy it. It works for you. Absolutely stick with it.
Okay.
But don't do it if you can't stick with it long term. Because that's just dumb. It's just fad dieting at that point.
All right. I'm gonna tell you I fucked up because for the holidays, my mom asked me if I would eat the shit she spent all this time making, because she started making it all before I started the shit because she prepared way ahead. So I told her I'd do it this year, but I'm not doing it again. But I had done the carnivore for over a month. I'm going to tell you what, all my inflammation, all that,
it goes away.
Went away. Was gone. I didn't have inflammation in my legs, my feet, none of that stuff. It was amazing. My mental clarity, holy shit, dude.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you, my mental clarity, the first few days were weird, but when I was about 10 days in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it takes about 2 weeks for most people in general.
Dude, I was so laser focused on everything I was doing. I could complete my day in a hurry because I felt that I was just locked in. I'm not going to lie. I felt locked in.
Yeah, one thing I would recommend for a lot of people to try that makes it a lot easier to maintain, and it's going to give you a lot of the benefits. And I know guys who get hardcore into these things will tend to disagree, but give time carb dieting, which is effectively 3 days, 4 days. You kind of pick your number of no carb, unless you work out that day, and then you're allowed carbs just post workout. And then the other days you do moderate carb. And while I know you're like, well, you're not getting into ketosis, this, that, and the other. I get all that. It is incredibly easy for most people to maintain relative to the carb dieting because, okay, your family's going to have Christmas dinner. Cool. It's my carb day. I don't have to worry.
Well, no, it's a mitoketosis at that point because you still have a minor carb intake no matter what you're doing. So my degree is in exercise science and physiology.
Okay.
So if you try to do something like that, you're still going to have a minor ketosis in it. And if you do anything that has carbs, even with a 3 or 4 day period, you're still going to ruin your dietary period for that week because it's going to stick into your enzyme system in itself.
I did this for about 6 months, and this was put together by a professional trainer who'd worked with thousands of clients. It's a different process. Don't think of it as like doing ketosis. Like, don't even think of it that way. Like, it's possible.
Well, ketosis is part of the body, right? It's dependent on the person.
Again, so don't think of it as like you're trying to do that. What it's doing is It's giving you a lot of the benefits of the low carbs, but also again, you're pushing the carbs around the workouts where most of the glucose gets sucked right back into the muscles. It works different, but it has a much higher chance of people actually sticking to it, which seems to work long term much better. And that's unfortunately the guy who put this together. He was called the Iron Addict online. Wes Sylvan. He unfortunately took his life about 10 years ago. He wrote a great book, Principles of Fat Loss. There's some really good stuff on it, like what he did, and it was taking those concepts of, because he was a big advocate of just full ketosis and full no carb stuff, but he couldn't get clients to stick with it, and he found using this method, and I use it. I'm telling you, man, the body fat came off.
Can I make a comment? I want to make a comment, and I think this is the biggest thing that's lost in nutrition. Okay, now mine hasn't been the best, but I did this. It's been great. I got off it. I'll be back on tomorrow. Big thing. We used to eat healthy. All of us did. We used to eat healthy for the most part.
Less processed.
Nowadays, here's the problem. If you eat healthy in 2024, 2025, it's called a diet. It's not a diet. You're eating healthy.
Yeah.
But it's instantly called a diet if you eat healthy. And the word diet is a stigma to all of us.
Well, I think what we really think of as diet, though, is when we choose to have restrictions versus saying these are the choices I make, and I don't have a restriction. Like if we want to have pizza at the Christmas party, I eat pizza at the Christmas party. But my 99% is these are the foods I just like to eat, and I do.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get back to
carnivore. Dude, I love the carnivore. It was just because my mom, honestly, my mom made all this food. She prepared ahead to do the Italian regalia blowout.
Oh, again, Silvestri. Guess what we have for Christmas? Spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah, dude.
So
we
went
to
fruit allowed? Is there any fruits allowed, like berries or
Nothing?
No fruits of any kind.
Because you're getting no fruits, no vegetables, no carbs,
no vegetables of any kind.
No,
none.
No,
it's carnivore. So
Dude,
you're actually getting all your vitamins and minerals technically from the meat directly.
Yeah,
that's actually how our body processed
dude,
it originally that way,
eggs,
and that's
chicken,
how we got it.
That's all I do.
That's the only reason I don't do any farm raised any of that. I only do wild meat.
Yeah.
And then
I only do elk or deer.
Yeah, and keep in mind.
Oh God damn!
Depending on your genetics, you're going to have very different responses to diets like this. Like case in point, was it Eskimos? The guys up in Canada. Their diet has for 10,000 something years been 80% animal fat.
Yep.
So they're very well developed for that. Now, if you're say from Africa, you've probably been, you were eating a lot more fruits, a lot more sugars because that was more
depending on where you were at in Africa.
Of course,
depending
absolutely.
on your regionality, big time.
Yes, big factor. But yes, if you were in a tropical climate where there were abundant fruits, you were consuming a lot more sugar. You may find that less carbs is more challenging for you. And that's just, again, your genetics. So you got to try these things, see how it works. Everybody's going to come that way a little different. But I think most people would feel better.
I've already lost in 4 days 5 pounds.
Well, that's that's water.
Yeah, and I'll tell you straight
100%,
up, doing it for 2 months.
I mean, your glucose levels just went, and your muscles shrank because they don't have glucose in them.
Doing it for 2 months.
Muscles grew.
Well, no, the muscle itself is holding water because for every glucose, there's 4 waters bonded to it, and as those come out, the water goes
roughly. But it depends on the water intake that you're actually having as well, right? And that milk intake. So I'm doing at least 3 liters of water and a liter of milk.
Okay, I keep forgetting you're doing milk, so you're getting a lot of lactose, which is another thing that, like, certain backgrounds, white people, we tend to do okay with milk. Asian people, not so much.
Yeah, it will depends on where you're at. And I'm getting actual farmer's milk. I'm not going to the grocery store.
You're doing like
You're
I'm
doing
getting
raw,
pasteurized milk.
raw,
Unpasteurized?
raw.
Unpasteurized.
You're doing
So
raw,
I'm getting
not,
that
raw,
unpasteurized. So
not
I'm getting all
called raw
that
'cause they
calcium. I'm
can't
getting
sell
those
that to you.
minerals.
Yeah, dude, I had a buddy of mine, an Asian guy, and he was always carrying this extra weight, and I was like, let me give you like 3 tips. I forget exactly what they were, but like one was like cut dairy out almost completely.
Yeah.
And the other one, a couple other little tips. That dude lost like 35 pounds in like 4 months. And mind you, he was motivated because he had a bet with this stripper that she'd go on a date with him. if he could lose 30 pounds or something.
Oh my god. Dude,
Yeah, but Bobby, if you want to do something like
I'm doing
this,
the cheese, but the
you
raw
could do it.
cheeses.
I'll talk to you offline, Brian.
Yeah.
I have a lot more questions to ask. So
I can answer all. I did a year and a half's research before I started this.
Yeah.
I'd
Dude,
like
this,
to.
Bobby, it's awesome. I loved it.
I don't
Got off it for the
disagree
last
with
week
it.
and
You
a
know,
half.
I know that the first month is going to be rough. First couple weeks will be terrible. Oh, they will.
Well, no,
For first week and a half,
is
2 weeks will
weird.
be terrible. After that, I don't
Yes.
think it'll be bad at all.
Yeah. So
You're gonna have
The big concern is you're planning on doing another diet switch right after. That's where
I'm not necessarily.
you
It
can't do
depends.
that.
I'm not saying I plan on it. It's just I don't know. You know, I want to see how one goes and how I feel.
You know, another thing to try.
Another thing of it matters is about how I feel. Now, listen, I did with my nutritionist the last time I did everything, worked perfect. I mean, I lost 134 pounds.
I'll say, I mean, another fun thing to give a shot to is, if you haven't ever done it, is do a water fast. See how it feels for you.
I have done a water fast, and it's wonderful.
I fucking love those, man. Like, the only problem I have is you lose too much muscle.
Yeah. Well, that's not a bad problem for me.
But because I was doing like I did like 4 months where I did like 3 days no food, 4 days with. Dude, I lost like 40 pounds, and I mean, I felt great. I looked good. Well, okay, look at this, but I looked way better to women. I personally didn't like the fact that I lost muscle, and it was bothering me.
Yeah.
My date life was better.
But I grew up. I mean, I was a big, strong guy my whole life, and part of the issue that I want to make sure don't come into play as I'm getting older is that added weight. Even when I was
right.
When I did my one,
too
with
much
my
muscle is still bad for your heart if your weight's too.
I mean, when I went through the thing with my nutritionist, I met every week. We did all of the scale. We set all the scales. We went through all of the BMI, blah blah blah, all that crap, right? And my lean muscle mass was still like 228. And Chris knows this. He's seen it. My lean.
Oh, dude, I've seen all Bobby.
228 is wild, dude. That is crazy.
Dustin, his freaking body mass numbers, when you get all of them, they're fucking stupid.
Because I'm
not right.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. My lean, my muscle mass is about
for the average
70.
person. Bobby's
bones
numbers,
9. Good God, 228 muscle, Jesus.
Bobby, what's your height?
5'11".
Okay, so you and I are the same height, and you said 225 lean muscle mass.
228.
228. I'm going to do some numbers really quick. Give me a second.
Mine was 178 at 6'2".
That would honestly put you on stage, not far off Arnold.
Well, I mean,
no, it goes up. He's above Arnold at that point.
Arnold's stage weight, I thought, was 235.
235 at 4%.
No, Arnold was
7%.
Arnold was 6'7". Yeah, he weighed 4.
Yeah, so if you read his book, he said
my
minimum
muscle
down
mass
to 6%, but that's kind of when he shit himself, and he said he's never going to get back down to 6. He's always going to stay at that 7.
Arnold never had fucking abs until his last competition. He was never anywhere.
My lean muscle mass has always been in the 220s.
Arnold was actually, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. That's bigger than Arnold, because Arnold's listed at 6'2". He's probably 6'1.5".
Yeah.
6'1" maybe.
Yeah.
He's 5'11" now.
Bobby's
well, I mean, not now. He's old. I mean, this
Chris has seen it all. I mean,
trust me, when Bobby gets on the scale, his numbers come right to my phone.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, those scales accuracy are somewhat skeptical, but
so so it was the same. So my scale that I have,
there's a plus minus tolerance.
So my scale was doing the exact same thing.
I'll start looking it up. Give me a second.
That I was doing with her in her professional scales. We were sitting on it. We had to
Yeah, my guess is you've got two things going on there. One, you're full of shit, literally.
No, not that.
No,
No,
literally.
shit.
Don't me wrong.
No, because the scale often does actually sees shit as actual muscle when it does that electric thing.
It depends on which one they're actually using, though.
What's up, Viking and Bourbon?
And then well, when we're talking about the scales where you sit on and they run the electrical thing through. I mean, I doubt he's got one of these holding up upper body either. But and then the other thing is, I mean, obviously, like it tries to measure water weight, but like water in the muscles is hard to separate from muscle. And again, the way they do it.
Yeah, so you have to do an endocannular scale for that, and with an endocannular scale, you're able to do that because then you're able to reduce it. But then you have to do almost a CT scan in addition to that to get that water mass index that you're doing with it, and you have to do it at the same time. There's only a handful of clinics that are able to do that.
I mean, let's be real.
I was going to say
the only thing that's even within like 5% accuracy is MRI. Like even a DEXA is wildly wrong.
So I'll give you an idea that,
especially for a guy as big as Bobby, like DEXA is wildly inaccurate with somebody Bobby's size.
Dude, I did DEXA and it was horrible. I went 2 days in a row. The numbers weren't even fucking close.
And then the water weight, the water one where they dip you in water. If you are a Navy SEAL who knows how to like literally get every bit of air out of your system,
blow all your air out, yeah,
are pretty good, but virtually nobody's that good. So again, and then again, when you get past the three of our body weights,
yeah,
I'm 265. Bobby, you guys are bigger.
You're gonna blow through this bottle so fast it's not even funny.
What is that again?
Which one?
It's
Oh, is that pick?
Yeah, it's a Bardstown pick. It's.
I have to get a hold of Zerk and go up there and pick that up.
It's a 6-year 120 proof.
I still haven't tried any of those.
Dude, this drinks
like
a
it.
120 proof, and not 120, 90 proof. Sorry, 90 proof. It's really good. There's nothing in it that blows it out of the water and makes you go whoa. But as a crushable, holy shit, you can chug on this shit. I'm gonna have a second.
The nuts and bolts of the questions I was asking is just over the idea that I want to get down to a way
sustainable,
not only just sustainable, but good for my joints as I get older.
Hey Bobby, I'm telling you, the carnivore or less. The carnivore took all the pain out of my ankles, my knees, and my
hips. I don't have, but that's the thing, Chris. I don't have pain. I just don't want to ever have it. And over time, I know I will. It will start happening. There's no doubt about it. It will eventually.
Well, with me blowing out a knee a couple times.
Yeah, I have 5 knee surgeries.
Tearing both meniscus and breaking my one ankle 4 times. And I had hip issues that I got shots and everything else in my hip flexors and stuff because I fucked them up. I have issues. I'm not going to lie. I have issues. When I did carnivore for the 2 months, about 1 month in, no inflammation anywhere. My focus was great, and I had, all of a sudden, my ankles were good. My knees were good. My hips were good. Everything stopped being fucked up.
You got me wanting to try that because my shoulders have been so bad these last like 6 months.
Well, Dustin, I had problems with that too. With my shoulders, I got big ass shoulders, so laying on a side, sleeping on a side, it messed that up. That started to go away at the end of it. It took longer for the shoulders.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I'm hell bent on getting my bench to 365, and just at that point calling it a day with the heavy lifting. But
like lifting on carnivore, bro.
Oh, I increased. I mean, I can, because right now I'm only able to do legs. I just had shoulder surgery 6 weeks ago, so.
Dude, I'm telling you, Dustin, if you want to up your lifts,
I'm good.
Fucking do carnivore. You're gonna laugh at yourself.
Well,
you're gonna do more than you did with less effort.
See, like I have no desire to do weights other than it's good.
Well, let's just say right now, my issue is not how fast my strength is going up. It's trying not to overdo it.
Yeah.
We don't need to go into why that is, but I think
I've always,
Chris.
We've already talked about that, Dustin.
Yes.
So cheers. I get
I
it.
used to
But
spend
what
a
I'm
lot of
telling
time.
you is, you're good.
My issue is my limitation is my joint pain that's going on right
So
now.
I was a power lifter for years. And so for me, it's the idea of I'm okay with stripping some, the weight off, but I also want to strip some muscle down, right? Because that's the only way I'm going to get to. To me, it's sustainable weight.
You will, though.
Sustainable weight for me would be like around
your
250.
lean muscle is going to convert and change.
250 would be a good weight for me.
Your lean muscle is going to change.
I mean, for long-term health at your
I'll be right there.
height, it should be
I got to
lower
go
than
check
that.
on the lasagna.
Well, that's not going to be a reality. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, because Bobby, I'm 5'11". I was 6 foot. I shrank because I fucking lost part of my spine. But I'm at 210.
Yeah.
Yeah, if 5'11", even if you have huge joints, huge bones, all that.
Well, I'm not trying to.
230 should be really the long-term health.
Well, that would be ideal, right?
No, your long-term health below anything is if you're looking for a BMI maximum support for someone that is 5'11". I know because I just did this on fucking myself. Because I had to. You need to be sitting around 200 to 185. You should not be anywhere over any of that.
He definitely has the medical doctor statement there, which was what I was going to tell you initially. I was actually going to go lower.
I wasn't that when I left the Marine Corps.
But my point is, I know Bobby's. I've seen Bobby enough to know where his way is built, and the difficulty there. 230 gets you into what I would consider a safe range, not an optimal range.
No, 230.
That's
I left the Marine Corps on a weight.
250 is still clearly unhealthy.
I was on a weight waiver when I left the Marine Corps, training for a marathon, and I was still I think I left about 212.
I mean, I'll put this out there.
I'm not going to be able to get there in my mid 50s, back down to where I was.
Oh, you actually, as people age, they get smaller and smaller. Yeah. The smallest you'll ever be is in your 70s and 80s.
You'd think that I would be getting weaker. It just doesn't seem.
Well, at your age, not so much. I mean, again, like
your body. So with the body in itself and how it develops, your body is actually going to gain more muscle in the next 2 to 3 years, or up to about 60 on average, right? So your max muscle peak is between 30 to 45 into that. And then you're going to maintain that muscle mass or increase it by at least 1 or 3% up until you're about 60 if you're in active physical shape. After that, it starts to decline.
Right.
And it can do that. And this is from a new study that just came out.
Yeah, there's actually, to kind of collaborates most of what you just said, there was a study recently that kind of looked at how our DNA replication breaks down. Yep. And they found that there were 2 key points where it really showed a sharp decline. It was around 44 and just past 60. So basically kind of following what he just said more or less is that's when our bodies hit those 2 big aging markers.
Well, I know that, I'm looking to move forward with a better, healthy attitude, but I want to try something different that I've never tried before.
You know what really sucks? I was recently, I've been trying to add more steps and just kind of more physical, cardio and stuff. And I'm on a lot of meetings throughout the week where I don't have to even talk. I just have to listen. So I was I just need, it'd be cool to get one of those, walking pads, right? Because I don't need a big treadmill and have a space for it. But a walking pad to just slide under my desk, that'd be great. And I quickly discovered that 90% of them have, at best, if they're the top end, a max weight capacity of 265. And I was like, son of a bitch. How are fat people supposed to get healthy?
You get on a treadmill and it just stops. It's
So what you can do underneath your desk, there's those sitting treadmills.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Or
the pedals. One of those. Yep.
Well, so what I got was I got the walking pad because I'm right at 265, 270, depending on the day. And it's working. But I can definitely tell, I'm definitely, probably not giving its motor the best life. But I found one for $100, so if it breaks, I just buy another one.
If I would recommend doing that other machine, so it's just the pedals that are underneath it, because you can increase the resistance in it. It won't give you the same activity in your body that you would if you're walking, but it'll give you more of that movement momentum, and it'll give you a little bit more strain on that. It does help reduce that weight in your legs, and it does increase your metabolism by, I think, what did they say, 2% or 3%?
Well, the thing is, when I'm on a call anyway, I like to stand. So it just makes all the more sense to have this to stand on while I'm doing it. Like it just makes more sense to be because I want to be standing during calls.
Yeah,
so that's what
I do is I put on a weighted vest, and I have a treadmill, and I bring my iPad out to my treadmill, and I do a meeting with that.
And so I just have like the wireless headphones, and the truth be told, right now, like walking at 2 miles an hour, after about 10 minutes, I notice a little bit of decrease in my attention to what's going on anyway. So I need to work on my capacity, as a lot of us discovered. And I've already, like the first week, I've already noticed an increase. I mean, it's just your body.
Brian, I'll get a hold of you offline.
Yeah,
I'm really interested in trying this, because I've seen some people I know, some friends, that it did really, really well for. And I just want to make sure that if I'm going to do it, I know how to do it.
Yeah, 100%. You can ask all the questions. I can pretty much write a fucking book on it now. The amount of research I did in a year and a half.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I'm not impeding myself by ignorance.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So if you got a Sprouts out there, or a Whole Foods, or a natural grocer, or something like that, you can get most of your.
I have the Amish.
Perfect. Get your milk, get your cheese from them.
I have everything. I can go. We have like 5 different places we can go for the Amish. You just go in there and get any vegetables, anything like that we need. We can just go to the Amish. But you're saying no vegetables.
Yeah, no vegetables whatsoever.
So we have our local meat market, which is Heffelfinger Meats, which is Heffelfinger Farms here in the county that does their own meat and their own meat processing here in town. So
the only thing you need to look into that is if they're adding any nutrients into the meat afterwards. So some farmers inject their cows.
Yeah, I'll talk to them, because I go out there all the time. They know me. Because when I go out there and get flank steaks, if they don't have them there, they'll pull it out and cut it off for me. So it's really
nice. Just ask them if they're at. Yeah, don't get paranoid about it, but just make sure.
If you have to go to the restaurant, steak.
Yeah, the only thing I'm doing is
in the town. They
bring wild game meat.
Yeah.
Besides,
unless you have to do a social thing, right? And then you just eat whatever meat.
Yeah.
Now they do have at Heffelfinger Meats. They do have bison and elk and that stuff there, because we have buffalo, bison, whatever you want to call it. We have buffalo farms here.
Ooh, I like Glenn's idea. We need to get some powerlifting Glens. Like have some deadlift Glens, squat Glen.
Yeah, my buddy is barbells and bourbon.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like if like Mike, the guy I trained with, he trained in his 20s at West Side barbell. He was pressing 400 up until a couple years ago, where he just had his back surgery, and now he's a little bit more cautious about that.
I did the last time I
actually that was at 220 pounds. He was doing 400.
I haven't been in a gym and maxed since I was probably like 42, and then I was doing 405. So for me, I just this is stupid. I don't really have any reason in the world to do this. This is stupid. I don't need it.
So I'm not doing anything over 45s anymore.
And that's what I'm thinking, is just finding like a good 233, because I can work out really still good at 233, which
I'm not even. You don't even need to do that. I mean, literally, I only have barbells. And I do static training with most of this stuff. So I do that, and then I have my barbells only go up to 45.
Yeah.
If you're doing like ultimate training or something like that, if you're going to be fucking training for something a lot heavier, yeah, do it. But if you can stick at 45s and do a max repetition weight with that, And then a good way, if you want to increase like your muscle mass or anything like that, get a small attachable weight to that and attach it to the inside of it, because that's going to increase the growth of your bicep, because it's the rotational of the wrist, and that's how it does it. Or it's a decrease of it. It depends on which side you're doing it at. So if you have a weight here, in addition to that 45, so if you added a pound or a pound and a half and did that, it's going to increase the peak of your bicep. And then doing other rotational benefits of that too. So if you're doing cranks or if you're doing wrist rotations or anything that you're doing, can increase a volatile muscle mass increase by adding an additional weight on the opposite side, so it increases the stability of your wrist. That's just for your bicep and arms, because you have 7 muscles here. You have technically 2 bicep tendons, right? And then you have 3 tricep tendons that you have to concentrate on for doing that. And then you have your deltoids. You have 3 segments of your
45
deltoid.
sounds a bit light for tricep work, but
no,
Depends
it's
on
not.
what you want to do. I mean, like
Yeah.
when I was trying to just bring down size, I was just trying to do. I was doing reps of 20.
I do tricep work for 20 to 40 reps, and I usually, I mean, I'm maxing out some machines in the gym when I do that.
Well, don't max it out. You want to max out the efficiency of your muscle itself, not the efficiency
I'm
of your body.
I'm going to failure at between 20 and 40 reps, and I need 200 pounds.
Okay, so do it this way then. If you're doing that, do a triangle push-up to max failure.
I can't do anything that stresses my forearms.
So that's where you increase your muscle mass, by doing that additional curlage with that weight on each side.
No, I don't do anything that flexes my forearm outside of where I just need grip strength.
Well, again, that's going to depend on your body index.
My forearm muscle strips from my bone basically when I do that, and it causes excruciating pain. It's been something I've dealt with.
So I mean, again, that's what your body is, and I understand that. But if you're also doing a max workout and you're maxing out that machine at that weight, you're just doing too much, because that can also cause that issue.
I mean, again, like I'm doing rope pull downs, it's really not causing me any issues. I'm just going down, up.
When you're doing that, you're doing an activation of 4 muscles, right? You're doing that though. If you're grabbing, you have to hold on to that and pull.
I'm not gripping very hard. I really am not.
It doesn't matter.
I'm letting the bottom piece here. And don't get me wrong, the muscles engage, but the close grip push-ups causes a lot more stress on that area. For me personally, I feel it. It's the same reason why I can't do underhand pull-ups. I can do this. I can't do this. So it's right here. This piece right here. This muscle right here.
I would have to research it to see if there's something you could do around it. I mean, there's compression bands and everything else like that you can hold around that help.
That could make sense. You're right.
But I would have to look into it a little bit more. Me personally, I'm still not going to do much over 45, and then I'm just going to do body weight.
Body weight's a lot more than 45 if you're doing, dips, push-ups. I mean, the reality is that you're putting more weight there.
I got 2 fake shoulders. I'm not doing dips.
But the other thing you can do is like what I did all my stuff the last time, your dips, your push-ups and all that stuff. It depends on the angle in which you're doing it, right? You can literally just go up to an island, do 45-degree push-ups and that stuff to take the extra weight off so that you're not adding bulk. You're just trying to get more reps.
Also, how much you weigh makes such a difference.
When I did it the first time, I tried to do at least 200 45-degree push-ups a day, which wasn't a lot. It's just when I'd go into the kitchen or whatever, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to do like 30 or whatever. And I'd do it until a certain point that I'd go. And every time I'd end up in there, that's what I'd do.
My wrists and forearms are quinging just thinking about that. Like that's actually been like another thing that's really my goal is to get that 365 bench finally. And like I am like my forearms are bad and my wrists. I mean, I wrap those things so tight, like literally, like I get that.
That's probably another issue you're doing though, because you can actually do what's called a God, I'm gonna pull up the term. It's gonna take me a minute, and I don't think I have that medical book here. But what happens is if you wrap your wrist too tight, you can actually cause strain, which actually causes back pressure onto these muscles, which can inflate them and then detach them.
I can see that. Now, keep in mind, I didn't start doing this until I had issues that led me to doing it.
Yeah, so when you're doing something, you need a full compression.
So you're saying like not just the wrist, but actually decompress down here too?
All the way to the elbow.
Okay. So I need to get full sleeves. Okay.
Yeah, because that's actually going to maintain those muscles.
So one of the things
that actually makes a lot of sense. That makes sense.
One of the things I can tell you that's really, really good for getting your wrists and your forearms stronger, right? I mean, this I know. Besides,
no, not that.
But besides that, maybe lessen weight, but make sure like when you're doing like any kind of like, let's say, are you doing deadlifts? Are you doing anything like?
So I in my early 20s, I gave up deadlifts because I had some back issues that came in from those. But I mean, I can tell you right now, I can rack pull 700 without wraps and without any grip issues. Again, my forearms, my grip strength is good. It's that when I keep doing different exercises that keep taxing it, like my wrists can't handle volume like most people seem to be able to.
Yeah, the one thing that I always
I try to keep wrist volume limited. So like if I had to do deadlifts, I'll do deadlifts chalk only. I'm good.
Yeah. So when
I won't do anything extra because
I never ever did I ever use wrist wraps. I did everything natural strength, natural grip strength, and your natural grip strength.
But how wide is your wrist?
I don't know.
Size of a moose's knuckle.
Like that plays a really big difference because I'm not talking about pulling. Like when it comes to pulling, my strength is really, really solid. I mean, I'm not saying I'm elite, but I've got really good grip strength. My issue is like, for example, bicep curls. Curls cause me literal agony when I get into them for a long time.
Are you doing hammers?
Because hammers are the only ones that don't hurt me. Problem is, hammers aren't very effective.
Yeah, but but if you're trying to build wrist, they're great for they're great for wrist.
The studies on hammers are pretty bad. Jeff Nippard has a couple of things.
I'm just saying, if you're looking at doing nothing more than the grip strength that's helping your wrist and your elbows, if you can hold the weight, right? That's the deal. You want to.
Oh no! Again, I don't have any problem holding it. It's when I do volume, it causes me pain that I can't recover from. So my recovery time gets so long on my wrists that I can't train my biceps that are fully recovered. That's the issue.
Gotcha.
So it's like my recovery is 3 weeks on my forearms, but it's like 4 days on my biceps.
So you need to do a decline. So you need to do.
That's what I do now. When I do biceps, I do decline. So I sit on like the decline. I like take the lightest weights possible, but I do that like all the way back stretch. That actually
never do all the way. By the way. So there's been a proven study that actually shows if you go down and if you're going down, stop at almost a 50 or a 65 and then come back up.
I'd like
because
to see
it
that
still gives that gives that muscle tension.
What the exercise PhDs are saying these days is that most of the growth comes at the very bottom, at the full stretch.
And what they're trying to say is the growth at the very bottom. It's when the muscle actually relaxes over the peak.
No, it's a stretch. Yes. They're basically saying They're basically saying on a bicep curl.
This is the newest book
here. Don't go to here. This is the waist. This is
This is the newest book out there for college for PhD studies.
No, but I'm talking about the most recent research, like from the last year, is actually really pushed. The most stretched the muscle gets is where the growth is happening. They're finding like this range right here produces 90% of the growth as the full range of motion.
Yeah, but that's, again, it depends on which action you're trying to do. It's the growth potential or the weight potential that you're trying to gain on. Are you trying to gain strength in that muscle, or are you trying to gain the momentum and movement in the muscle? Because there's two different categories that you're jumping into.
So are you talking about, you're not talking hypertrophy, you're talking actual strength?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So if you're trying to gain strength in the muscle and grow it, you keep it at a peak flex amount.
Interesting. Okay, that's different.
Yeah, hypertrophy, if you're doing that, you do not want to go to you don't even want to go to a climax amount. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to bring it up to about here and then bring it back down.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, for biceps and stuff, all I ever really care about is hypertrophy because I don't need stronger biceps in anything I've ever done.
Again, but if you're trying to get a muscle and gain some strength out of it and lose some weight out of it, the more calories you burn with it is going to be at your peak performance, not at your
biceps aren't really
hypertrophy.
burning calories by any means.
No, they are 100%.
I mean, squats are doing a lot. I mean, again, the weight room is not where you're really going.
Oh, yes. If you're doing squats, though, that's different, though. But if you want to gain that forearm muscle back and try to gain that tension,
again, I'm not looking for. I don't want muscle. I just want to avoid pain. I'm literally just saying I want to avoid pain. So, like when I want to work my back, the grip, I use. You
straps do everything in the fucking pool.
So I do. So I use straps for anything I do for back. I use straps for anything I do for deadlifts. And I don't need them. Again, I can do the same reps without them. The problem is I can't recover when I then go and bench and then do all that stuff because my forearms are being activated there too. And then my forearms are activated even when I squat and I'm holding the bar. So the more I can get my forearms just left alone, that's my big thing when I work out. Like,
why don't you swim then?
Because I'm trying to build strength and muscle. And I don't really – and also –
what do you think fucking swimming does? That is the most performance balanced exercise that is non-strenuous on any joint.
It's definitely not strenuous on joints, but I've never heard of anybody getting big swimming. Swimmers are
small. Yeah.
Look at Michael Phelps. He's tiny.
Are you kidding me?
Michael Phelps is not a tiny dude.
He was like 6'3", 210. He's tiny.
You see their V and their. I mean, listen,
Phelps had a great back. I'll give him that. He had a great back.
All my kids were like high level swimmers. I can tell you now, strong as hell.
Yeah, no, if anything, if you're trying to get lean muscle mass and a performance for lean muscle mass to gain muscle, lose body fat percentage, and make sure your whole body is like safe, water workouts are the best fucking workouts on earth.
Holy shit, we're still on this? I love you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I found out this guy's got a degree in this stuff. It's fun. I'm enjoying this.
All right, I'll be right back.
I love it. He's got a very different view from all the PhDs I read and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That's because I'm broken as shit. I've had 47 surgeries in the last 12 years.
You'd love so my one of my best friends was he's a little guy. I don't mean like a midget, but like he's probably 5'5", 130.
Yeah.
He was like 100 pounds away from being an elite power lifter and fucked his back up. He also has a PhD. And
sorry, I'm fucking with my camera. There we go.
Oh, what did he anyway, he's got a science-based PhD. He had biochemistry undergrad, chemistry master's that he actually didn't finish, but he skipped the thesis basically. He has all the classes.
Gotcha.
And then he got his PhD in something with brain
neurology.
Well, it's not neurology. It was like the brain chemical stuff involved.
Neurochemistry.
Anyway, so then he worked basically working in ketosis studies and stuff when he got out of school. Like, dude's absolutely brilliant. Now he's decided that there's not enough money in science, so he's learning computer programming. But
yeah, if you're doing your body correct, and if you want to gain more lean muscle mass and gain a lean muscle mass portfolio, because I mean, right now, what I'm trying to do is gain muscle back to where I had it. I used to be 210 at 3% body fat. I had abs on my abs. Oh, fuck yes, I was, because I got that. I had to study.
Under 4%, it's coming out of your brain. You're dying.
Not necessarily. It depends on the amount of time.
It depends on the
amount of time.
And this is when I
was definitely dying. Like, and mind you, the only thing you could actually do to verify that's an MRI of your dead body.
No, it was what we did. So I was at the Marine Corps at the time, and this was fucking 15 years ago.
Right.
But what we were doing is they were doing studies on individuals that could do an extreme amount of weight and keep a lean body profile. I was swimming 2 miles a day, and then I would go to the gym, and then I was doing legs because that was my best thing on fucking earth. And my max out on legs was Ooh, that's a good pour.
It's decent stuff. I'm not going to buy more of it though. I got to say.
Really, I actually really enjoyed that.
I enjoy it. It's just I actually think the regular rye single barrels are often better, especially you can try them first.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, these guys, they fucking nailed it with this one, the cobbler.
Nice. Now I will tell you, if you ever get your chance to find that High Note 8-year malted rye, if you like pumpkin pie,
I had that. You're right. Yeah. Dude,
so my problem is right now with
when they
this
call this the
diet,
cobbler,
I have to stay over anything that has to be over 95 proof.
I was going to say alcohol probably violates
It doesn't.
some of the rules.
It doesn't.
Okay.
You have to stay over a certain alcohol percentage for it.
This was 100, so you're good to go.
Yeah, so it just has to be over 95. So scotches, I'm very hesitant on a lot of scotches now.
You got to buy the signatory stuff.
110.
Yeah, so I think
and
like this one right now, 15
cobbler,
stars sent me this, and I'm writing a review on it as we speak.
Which one's that?
This is 105. This is their rye.
Okay, yeah, they're that triple one thing they did was fucking incredible.
That was good. The actual 15-star 3-blend 15-year.
Well, the one that was finished in cognac and sherry.
Yeah,
and rum.
So
yeah.
The problem I have with some of those too is they actually envelop a lot of sugars when they do it. So I have to really watch what I'm doing because you can ingest sugars with it.
Brian, that's why I'm drinking this now before I go back on shit, because this one in a blackberry brandy and a raspberry brandy barrel.
Yeah, I couldn't do that just because it has those certain peak sugar contents. Even though it's going to be a minute amount,
they're still there. I can tell you they're still there. Because
they definitely are. I mean, I doubt even a glucose monitor would catch it, but it's there. You're right.
Your body would be able to fucking tell in a heartbeat.
Oh, dude, I was still.
And I started this on the 22nd.
If you're on a very strict diet, your body will start noticing. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was still in 100% carnivore when I had this pour the first time, and I did this.
Yeah, no, you're probably cool. There's probably a quarter. There's probably a quarter to half a gram of sugar in that. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
It's more. I think.
Well, not in a. Well, also we have to, I guess, define how much you pour.
Or are we talking about in like a pour? If we're doing it, like we pour 2-ounce pours. We're not going to do a 1-ounce pour, any of us.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Is like tonight, this is the biggest pour I've done all night. This is ounce and a quarter at most.
Yeah. Honestly, everybody told me how good it was, and I'm not going to lie. I took a 2-ounce pour, and I tasted it and went, oh, shit.
Yeah, but if you've been watching most of the pours I've done, they've been like around here. I've only been doing like 75% of an ounce for most of my pours.
But honestly, that thing's phenomenal. My wife just asked me to open it because...
Well, I mean, I've had like 6 different whiskeys while we've been talking, so I'm trying to,
Yeah, she just asked me to open it to go with their lasagna and shit, and I'm like, okay. She's like, go out and have some. She goes... It's your last day to have fun with bullshit before you go back on your carnivore. She goes, so you might as well drink this because you already said you're not going to drink it again on that. I'm like, you're right.
Yeah, no, super sherried whiskeys definitely are probably carrying in a little bit of sugar, but probably not even enough to matter. But if you start getting into like raspberry brandy,
well, I mean, dude,
it's nice when my wife recognizes it and she's there for me and says, "Do it today." Because
I don't know enough about the forward. I mean, I know enough about the way that sherry cask tastes to tell you which ones I think have more sugar, but I've never seen any like numbers on it. So,
like a Pedro Jimenez is going to have a lot more.
Well, it tastes like it. I've never seen numbers, so I don't want to speak like ignorantly.
So
tastes like it.
One of my distillers is a chemist, and we do the whole background on everything with it, and we'll actually break it down.
Aren't most of them chemists?
No.
Really? I thought the majority of distillers were chemists.
No. They don't know jack. Most of the distillers know it by taste, flavor, and profile.
Well,
They don't know it by chemistry and breakdown of chemistry and biology.
I thought most of the major companies had a chemist as in their distilling group.
Major companies, yes.
Major
You're talking about
companies,
companies
yeah.
that can afford a actual chemist on staff.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like my buddy Joe over at what's his Old Humble Distilling, where it's one dude. I mean, I know that.
I mean, dude, you're talking.
If you have a
If you're
company
having a
that
real
has
chemist,
over-
you're paying $200K a year.
We have a real chemist, and we're not paying them that much.
I was gonna say I can get you a chemist for $70K easy. I just mentioned my buddy 5 minutes
Have you
ago.
met the chemist at Heaven Hill?
Yes,
He makes good money.
I know.
Like I said, I just mentioned my buddy. He's a PhD. He's got a master's in chemistry. He would work for $70K in a second because he was making $20 an hour when he got out of his PhD program.
I'm just saying, when you get into the big leagues,
Yeah, no. If he
But they
wanted
don't
to
pay enough to
apply
keep their
to-
master distillers from leaving. Like,
well, their master distillers are different from their chemists.
big
So
time.
their chemists are doing their yeast strains. Their chemists are doing their bacterias, everything
Yes.
else like that.
Yes,
How the
they're
particles are
testing
actually
it
getting
every
broken
batch
down.
to make sure.
I
it's
thought most
safe.
of the guys doing the distilling though had some chemistry backgrounds for the most part.
Well, yes
They
and
used
no.
to.
I mean, they have some
used to.
chemistry classes.
Because like I
But
didn't
They
like
don't
see some
have
of
a
the guys
chemistry
in-
background.
I didn't see some of the guys in Scotland. I mean, reading their profiles, they had some chemistry.
I have some chemistry background. That's because my family owned Dewar's, and I run a whiskey company.
But
Other than
I mean,
that,
like I thought. I mean,
shit.
I recall reading. I forget who it was, but like I read a couple like of the Scotch distiller guys, and they were at least
Oh yeah,
undergraduate
Scotch. So
chemistry.
Scotch and U.S. companies are completely separate.
Well,
U.S. companies, I would say
it's not like they're producing more whiskey per se. I mean, there's more whiskey made.
15%.
They're
I would
making
say
more whiskey.
15% of those people have chemistry backgrounds.
That
Not
sounds
degrees,
reasonable.
background.
When I'm talking like
Out of
bachelor level or they have a master's
3,700.
realm.
Well, you're talking about 3,700 distilleries across the country, right? And only 15% have. that?
Well, I mean, okay, fair enough. I would argue that there's probably only 200-300 real distilleries in this country.
What do you consider a real
And-
distillery?
A long-term sustainable company as it stands.
What's a long-term sustainable company?
I think right now we've got a large boom that's happened in the whiskey world. That's allowed a lot of people to get in with an unsustainable model if it weren't for a boom. And we're going to see those.
All right. So what's
shrink.
a long-term company in your perspective? What does
Well,
a long-term company, or how long does a company to be around to be a long-term company?
Oh, long-term would be 25 years, maybe 30.
Okay.
I think
Well,
like
if
with
we're going to
that's
get in those numbers, Dustin,
I mean, this is a kind of acid. This is esoteric. It's hard to
That's
really-
why I'm just asking.
Yeah.
And
I'm
anything
not.
to get any particulars or.
I'm
arguments,
ballparking
it's
here
just-
with my gut feeling. If you're not a company that's going to stay around for 25, 30 years at your current capacity with ebbs and flows, which I think, I mean, again, I know, again, I've referenced my buddy Joe at Old Humble. He's somebody I talk to. I'm a mod on his channel when he does his lives. Love the guy. That is not a sustainable business for 30 years. He's a distillery, but it's a one-person distillery. That's not sustainable through peaks and valleys unless he's got millions of dollars in a bank account somewhere.
we also have to remember the bourbon and whiskey world is very similar to craft beer. Craft beer had its big takeoff. And if you
It's
watch
shrinking rapidly.
Well, if you listen to me, if you watch the peaks and valleys of it, whiskey is doing the same thing. And this year is the first time ever that more craft distilleries have closed than opened. So we're looking at about a 15-year span. And after 15 years, we're starting to see way more closed than open.
Yeah,
Like,
the
it's way
difference
more
though
than-
is bourbon and whiskey in general that needs that time in barrel, which is a capital issue where you have capital locked in.
It is.
Whereas beer is
It
very
is.
much quicker turnaround, and that allows beer to be a little more efficient.
I'm
Then-
going to say yes and no on that, right? Because
I'm gonna
whiskey
agree with
isn't
Brian.
defined by its aged.
Right. But the problem is,
It's not.
we have a lot of whiskey companies that have opened
Age
based
matters.
on sourcing.
Age does not matter.
Oh, it does.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it does not.
No, not with all the sourcing that we've had. We have a lot of companies.
No, sourcing.
That,
I'm not
that
worried
pop
about
up as
sourcing.
You cannot turn around your whiskey in 6 weeks to in 8 to 10 weeks like you can beer.
I'm not saying that, but age does not matter in whiskey.
It does. Again, if you cannot turn your product around in less than a year, like beer can, because beer can turn their product in a year easy.
That's two different industries.
I know.
You're talking about apples to oranges.
But that's why I was talking to Chris when he mentioned the closing issue. Whiskey has a different issue, which is that it has a longer turnaround from investment into product and return on its money. It absolutely
okay, but here's the problem.
Which makes whiskey distilleries more complicated.
Can I say this? And you know this. Every whiskey company that was trying to blow up, they all took capital investment.
Mm-hmm.
They all took capital investment from the same three companies.
Who? Because I never did.
For the most part. Okay? And now...
Well, not on his scale of 3,700. Of the big crafts, you're right. I think you're right.
But listen, when we're doing that, all of a sudden, all these companies have done that. Their big ass fucking payments start today, January 1st. There is a massive number of companies that have taken capital investment that have to start returning on payment today. I can tell you from sitting in Kentucky with distillers, workers, and everything else that work for a lot of these companies that are scared out of their mind of today. Because all of a sudden, those calls come today.
Well, we saw Waterford file bankruptcy.
Well, a lot of those
capitalized whiskey company in years.
Dustin, listen, a lot of those companies had this beautiful clause in there that if you can't start paying back today at your amounts that you're required, the investment firm can take over the company today. And they own the company today if you can't make that payment today.
Technically tomorrow.
Well, okay.
Nothing can be paid today, you're right.
Right. But we're at that point, and there's a lot of companies.
Actually, thank you. I remembered I pay my bills, which are due today.
Not in the position to.
It just dawned on me. I'm like, wait a minute, it's late. I need to pay.
Yeah, but there are a lot of companies that are not in that position to make that payment. We're going to see bankruptcies. We're going to see takeovers. We're going to see so much happen here in the first 3 months of 2025 that's going to rescape the whiskey.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, Chris,
100%.
Waterford just filed bankruptcy. They are one of the most heavily invested distilleries in the world over the last decade. I mean, they were literally building their own farm system to make their own grains. And
the problem with Waterford and what they did is who they invested or who their investor was.
Who they used. And that's why I'm saying this. Like Ryan understands this.
It wasn't for their product. It was actually for their facility itself.
Yeah. There were a lot of problems. They weren't selling enough of these companies that they went to and invested
in the first batch that came to the U.S.
Yeah. But they got that money, and now these investment firms are ready to go. And I'm sorry, but we're at the point that we're going to see as big of a fallout of the mortgage shit that we saw in 2009. We're going to see in the whiskey world. It's not even fucking funny.
It's good and it's bad. The reason it's going to be bad is because some of these companies are going to go under it. Unfortunately, we're going to lose a lot of employment for a lot of people.
And we're going to lose
the good thing is
people's jobs. Yeah.
Yeah. So the good thing is smaller craft distilleries are going to be more prominent in those areas and going to be able to actually gain a foothold into these markets that they haven't been able to.
Yes.
that have their own profitability and have their own sustainability with
Yes.
margins and gains.
Yes and no. I mean, the other problem you have is that there's clearly in general, consumers are buying less.
Well,
Consumers
okay. I'm going to throw this out
consumers
there.
bought less last year.
Okay,
Only
you
last year.
guys have all seen the.
It's going to keep continuing because there's people like myself and Chris that have too many fucking bottles of whiskey. Meanwhile, Gen Z, they don't.
So do I, but
they're just not drinking whiskey.
So
that's a big problem at the entry level.
Let me say this real quick. So we all know what Whiskey House is, right?
Yeah, the auction place, right?
no.
Whiskey House was the original owner of Bardstown that got bought out.
Okay.
And went and built the huge new state-of-the-art. We're going to be the sourcing company for everybody. Hired Lisa Wicker out of Widow Jane to come in, run the place. They were going to do 100,000 barrels a year for sourcing companies. Okay? They're all backed by a wonderful place, and like I'm spitting shit, I probably shouldn't, but Truist Bank. Okay, the largest backer of most whiskey companies in America.
Which is not a very big bank.
I know. That's why I'm saying this. So listen.
No. If there's anybody listening, I just wanted to point that out.
So they went into this. They built this huge, immaculate facility that could handle all this. They put it in. When they went online this year, they put out this wonderful article about how they're doing this and how they're putting it all out and they're making it happen and they're doing this. Dusted. The day they opened, all their contracts with the contracting quote unquote companies for 100,000 barrels was zero. Every company backed out. They are producing at 20% of their capacity to keep Lisa Wicker and the people she brought with her to hire online. So they could start putting shit in the rick house to have actual product. They have no customers. Zero fucking customers. Zero nothing. And they have articles going out in all these magazines saying that they're doing 100,000 barrels a year. No problem for all these places. Like, they put out articles and shit since I've seen the shit that comes through Truist that says they ain't doing shit.
No, I believe you, man.
We're in a deep shit fuckhole right now because
I mean,
if you're not privately owned and you're not privately backed and you're backed by these big investment banks, your fucking calls right now for all these companies are today. We're going to lose so many companies. It's going to blow people's fucking minds in the next 3 months because they can't pay it.
Absolutely. And I mean, here's the cold, hard reality for anybody who's not listening is, when somebody says, I think bourbon sales were down, 2-3% last year.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think, oh, that's nothing, bro. Like, whatever. Not when you consider the fact that the volume of barrels of aged spirits has been growing exponentially. We went from like 110,000 barrels in Kentucky of like 8+ year old bourbon 2 years ago to 230,000 in 2023.
Right. Now think about this. MGP, 10-year shit, okay? 10-year MGP 4 years ago, even a year and a half ago, was selling for $10K a barrel. All these brokers that have bought all this shit that were, the brokers, or you can invest in bourbon and, it's better than the stock market. All these people did this shit too.
Mm-hmm.
They are running these barrels out right now,
Oregon,
offering shit to people.
Will this eliminate Oregon altogether? Yeah.
Woo, 41.15. They're offering this shit to different places at 100-barrel lots. We're talking 10-year MGP. Even Kentucky's at 8 to 10 years now. $1,000 to $1,200 a barrel, not $10,000. They were paying that money for those barrels because they were saying it was an investment, and they're trying to do whatever they can to pay out to the people that want the money. And you know this because you work in the financial market. There's only so much money to go around. There are a bunch of people that are
we're seeing the same
on that shit.
We're seeing the same thing in Scotch too. There's been massive losses in those barrel investors, and you know, some of them have been smart. If you guys have seen A Perfect Fifth, they came out with this just crazy high end, ultra high end stuff, and then they produced a lesser line, which was can't think of the name right now, but Mike and I reviewed their 11-year bourbon that was aged in Scotland, which couldn't be called bourbon. Dude, it was fucking insane.
Yeah.
I actually met the CEO of that company, who's like 26, rocking a $28,000 wristwatch. Nice dude. He actually started. He's another person who started a distillery in Kentucky.
Yeah.
That no one's heard of because they haven't produced anything. That he made a real small. Their goal is to put out maybe 50 barrels a year or something, just real small kind of thing. He's trying to find source. Anyway, yeah, you got big money going into that, but he was smart in that they went ahead and they started bottling and selling. So now their bottling lines can maybe help out other investors because they knew the only way to get out of their investment was to bottle it themselves because they couldn't sell it on those markets and get max profit. Well, I mean, there's story after story of people basically being screwed in that.
Oh, dude, think about it. I mean, we've seen Nashville Barrel put out 11-year rise for 2 years now at $149, then $200. Now we have River Roots putting them out weekly, right? 11-year rise at $110.
Yep.
And they're making money, maybe, or are they covering their debt so they're okay?
Yeah, I mean, some people just may need cash. Period. They don't care if they're losing.
Right.
That's a real problem.
And that's where we're at. But all these investment firms that were like, "Hey, buy your shit at you buy 10 barrels at $1,000 a barrel, and in 4 years we're gonna pay you $40,000."
Bobby, you're on mute.
The problem is 10 barrels of Kentucky that are 4 years old right now, they ain't worth $40,000. They're worth $4,000.
No, yeah, it's happening in Scotch too. It's global, this whole thing. And meanwhile, and just like here in the U.S. and Scotland, what happened? More and more people have open distilleries. We've got more distillate coming in. Mike and I just, did a review where we absolutely shit on Ardnmerken's 10-year-old they just put out, which is like the most downvoted video we have ever done together. It's hilarious. And I've gone back to that whiskey a couple times. Just put it out here. I've tried. It's not good. It's too young. And the casks they used weren't good, and they batted it poorly.
Which is crazy because a lot of the Ardnmerken original stuff was delicious.
So I've only had 2 Ardnmerkens. I had a cast strength peated that it came out about a year ago, which was, I mean, it wasn't great whiskey, but it showed promise. Like I was like, okay, I'm actually excited. This is a distiller that I think is going to be really good.
$60-$70. Yeah.
Because I know that when I was over in England, I was over in Manchester and went over there and I went into this really cool little place, that was all super big Scotch. And the old man owned it at the time, Dustin. And I said, what's something here that you think I should drink or try? And I just really wanted his recommendation because he was an old Scotch man.
Yeah.
At the time. Now, granted, this has been, I think it was, it's been probably probably 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And he told me, hey, get this, and walked over and got me an Ardnamurchan. And it was like one of the first releases. It wasn't a high proof, nothing or whatever. And it was really good. It was really good. I liked the different flavor profiles. It wasn't peated. It was just really nice. And I like this. This is really nice because it was just, because I think for me, I like finding different palates. Now, one thing that's definitely different with me and you, Dustin, is sometimes, and I mean this sometimes, I'm okay with a younger if the taste profile I'm getting from the young leads way into a secondary thought besides just young. Because you can have that sometimes where, like if you're on a single malt, right? And you have a little bit young, sometimes that little bit of young note kind of almost gives it a little bit of a rye note. It kind of is a nice little twitch that's sitting in there.
That was actually when the Ardnamurchan 10, I made references to a lot of craft rye. And my problem was craft rye can taste like craft rye.
Right.
Young single malt should not taste like craft rye. And I was very adamant, like, this is just not the way this whiskey is supposed to taste.
Right. Now the one
from an enjoyment standpoint, that Ardnamurchan actually smells really interesting and kind of cool to me. I kind of like it, but as reviewing a Scotch as a single malt, I was like, I'm sorry, this is a failure.
I get
that. Smell like that shit.
I get that, but
me as a person, I actually didn't dislike the rye notes. So I think it's funny.
I like the idea that it gave me because it wasn't supposed to be there, but it played along with what I was drinking. Yeah. So, I obviously wasn't reviewing it. I was just saying, hey, does this hit my palate? Is this something that I can find that I can enjoy for reason A, B, C, D, whatever, right? So for me, I was like, hey, you know what? I kind of like that this is giving me a weird rye profile, but it's still heavy malt. Like I still had that really nice malt and a little bit of a twinge.
That's where the 10 kind of missed me, was the malt quality.
Now, if the malt quality doesn't match, I think that's where where if you get like a really nice high proof malt and it has a little, I think there's a place. But I understand what you're saying too.
No, I'm with you 100%. I can appreciate young whiskey. It's just more, but it's not going to score well because I think young whiskey is inherently a negative factor. And if I can tell it's young from taste, I inherently think of that as a lower standard quality note. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy it.
I understand why you'd say that though. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like I know I get that with other things I've had. I get it and I was like, oh, you know what? I know what this could be. You can taste what it can be. It's just not there.
Well, I mean, it's like eating cheddar cheese, and a nice aged cheddar versus a young cheddar. Both might be enjoyable, but you're going to notice that if you can tell that was an aged cheddar, you're like, I like that. That's better. That costs more. That's higher quality. Whereas you have one that's like, they didn't really age that.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. I agree with you completely in that.
And that's where people get confused. Like, I dislike, which that Ardnamurchan I disliked and I thought was low quality.
Like my biggest thing, I dislike an aged whiskey, don't matter if it's Scotch, bourbon, or whatever. And I'm not getting barrel spice, I'm just getting oak and tannins. Like I want the spice. I want the barrel spice. I want to be able to find that in my back registry.
Yeah.
Because I want that because it gives me a better finish. When I don't have that, I just have this as a cigar whiskey guy, I want to finish with my cigar. I want it to marry for a while. I don't want to have to pip anytime soon.
Yeah, it's like when I drink young whiskeys and especially the craft stuff that comes out, I know I'm not going to get good age notes. So I go in as a consumer of it and say, I'm not going to get old age notes. So let's see. Am I avoiding like those sort of metallic notes from the still?
I'm going to say that's going to be dependent on your climate and where those barrels are actually getting aged.
Well, I think, again, I go back to age notes are relative to region. Yes, you're right. 100%. Bourbon, a 6-year bourbon is adequately aged.
What is that you could send me that you haven't?
a 12-year bourbon or Scotch is adequately aged.
Oh, yeah, I know. What kind of animal is that?
Deer,
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about.
mule deer.
I used
I
to
just added
do a
pepper
lot of
to
that
it
back.
and then dehydrated it.
Yeah, I haven't had venison in a bit.
You have
used to
enough in
always-
your backyard.
Oh, dude, I have monsters in my backyard, but you know what? I can't do anything to the ones in the backyard because they have babies every year, and she comes back every year, and I just can't.
Part of the family.
They're like family. I mean, literally, they're like family. I go out and feed them.
Well, I'm just nervous. I just discovered
I don't feed
I'll
them to
take care of
shoot
it.
them. I feed them because I like them. I don't feed them to draw them in. I feed them because I like having the babies grow up every year.
Well,
Every
you're
year-
feeding them for me to come in.
I just
Oh,
got
dude,
fucked on my payments.
I've had people ask if they could get a nuisance permit in my backyard, and I was like, no. Yeah, we've between me and my neighbor's house in the creek bed there, one winter we had like in excess of like 50. I'll bet it down.
Well, I may have just discovered my zero interest credit card just got fucked over. So
It's not
Not
zero
my
interest
fault,
anymore.
it's a new card, so I guess there's not a lot of interest accrued. But yeah, and I mean, I knew it's like not that old, and I'm positive I checked to make sure the first payment was in, but it just popped up saying my first payment was due 4 days ago. And I don't know. I'm thinking they just didn't. The payment hasn't registered and like been added because it came in like. with
You'll get
holidays.
another zero interest and transfer. That's what my mother-in-law used to do all the time. She just roll and cancel.
Not a lot of places are letting you transfer right now. I've got a couple
Really?
of paid off cards that are not letting me do transfers because
Interesting.
I would actually. I would like to do that on a few little things. Just
My mother-in-law used to do that like clockwork, man. She would sit there and roll it to the next zero, roll it to the next zero, and she'd never pay interest.
you pay like a 3% fee when you do that, but like
Yeah.
So I get my bonus like in March, the end of March, and I've got a card that's got a bit of a balance that needs to be paid off in full. February 30th.
Yeah.
And so I'm like trying to figure out how to make it work easily, and it's because that card has to get paid off because it's been holding a pretty good balance for a while. And
You mean February 28th?
the joke was 30th because it's actually like it's like part of the February cycle, but it's actually I think the billing date's like March. It'll be like days before my bonus, so like I can't use my bonus, which would easily cover it. So I'm like, all right, where do I like put the extra money? So again, it's not a big deal. It's just like I'm trying to figure out exactly the best way to do it. And then this thing popped up, and I'm like, oh come on, that was just like a stupid thing I did the other month because I wanted to have an American Express card, and I figured, oh, we'll just do a transfer balance for something silly.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, oh my god, if I get hit with interest, I'm gonna be so mad at myself.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, well, like I said, I was literally like, I checked this, like, I swear I checked it like 3 weeks ago and thought I was all good. So I'm very confused.
I hate when, in my infinite older age, I'll be like, oh shit, that's due today, and I'll go pay it, and it'll be after 5, and I'll be like, son of a monkey.
So most of my stuff lets me just, as long as it's in like midnight, it counts. So
Same.
yeah. So my worst fear is like it hits midnight. I'm like
a lot of debt like that. I mean, I just don't.
I'm not a fan, but during COVID, I got a little wild with my whiskey buying, and then my rent at my last place went up by almost $1,000 a month in 2 years.
Dude,
And
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you, the craziest thing,
I just got hit by both ends.
where I live, it used to be like really affordable. And don't get me wrong, by normal American standards, very affordable.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a place that's really affordable, and then you see stuff jump. You're talking about you don't have the overwhelming market of jobs to support the jump. People are commuting. They're commuting, right? Because they have to. Because you're not going to find that job anywhere else. You have to commute now. And so they built this whole bunch of new Some of them are flats, other ones are like apartments and that stuff. And we're like, oh, that's cool because, you know, a lot of people, because Ashland is nobody's suburb. We don't fall in the greater Cleveland, greater Columbus. We're dead in the middle. So that's like a really good economical place to be. And with all the new IBM and everything being built, all this stuff, Charles River expanded. You know, we have the biggest drug type of place where they do all the drug testing and all that stuff for COVID, not those drugs. They do all this kind of crazy stuff there. And it's a massive place. And they expanded and they put these new apartment places. Steve, how many different places did we
Dude, they're huge. That's right by the meat place you took me to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they sold out. And I mean, these places were, you know, expensive. Like expensive. And I was like, how in the hell who is living there? Because it was, I mean, relative to giving an apartment, some of these were over $2,000 a month. And I'm like, in Ashland, Ohio, I mean, you're not a major metropolitan, nothing like that, you know. It's just one of those things. You just sit there and you're like scratching your head, like, where are they getting this? And they're full. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, so like where I was
Someone
living,
just offered me $2,000 a month for one of my rooms in my house. That pays my mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my
I'd take it right now.
My last place was 670 square feet.
Yeah.
It was in a really great location. On top of, so we had a parking garage, which I had to pay monthly for, which went up. And I mean, it was, you know, it was a nice apartment. Didn't have a patio. Didn't have any, like, couldn't go outside and smoke a cigar unless I wanted to actually walk outside and smoke a cigar. And when I moved in there, it was like just under $1,600 a month. When I left, it was $2,300 a month, and I moved in 21, left in 23.
That's crazy. Now, like my daughter, I mean,
dude, the other shit is insurance, house insurance. My house insurance when I bought this place 7 years ago was $1,700 a month, or not a month, a year. This year, I had to go searching in a hurry because my homeowner's insurance was going to be $5,800 a year, and I've never had a claim.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Mine lowered.
I think in general, nationwide.
Hey, Brian, we're in the world of roof replacement companies.
Mine's house fires.
I was gonna say he's in that area.
Ours are all the people that like, oh, you have 3 dents on your shingles. We're gonna replace your roof.
I ain't saying no.
Wow.
I need to replace my roof next year, but no.
Yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying? But like, dude, that shit's got so out of control here. The homeowner's insurance has gone that way like crazy. It's horrible. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah,
to go from $1,700 a year to $57, and like I just found a new company and I just transferred it yesterday to $27.
Now we have an appraiser coming Friday, so that'll be. Overall, it ain't gonna be bad, but you know they extended something that had never been there before, so I have to look into either contesting it as a new.
Is that the gas shit? The fucking Farron or whatever?
No, we got. They extended. For my house has never been in this, but now I fall in a floodplain, which there's never been. I've been here 20 years.
Your house is not in a floodplain.
It is now, according to the whatever. So you can contest it, but at the same time, you're kind of like
flood area. He said flood plan. Different words.
Yeah. He's got a creek behind him that doesn't come close to flooding nowhere near.
Even
if it did, it wouldn't be up to his house.
No,
but he's benefiting from being near a creek.
I know
so.
I mean, you're talking about where there's no rain of any kind. It doesn't even carry like an inch or two. It's just like a trickling little rockness. Shit. Well, that's okay.
Jerky was good. That's all I needed. Now, how do I open this?
Yeah, because I could do that all the time. I could sit there and I could do that on the carnivore, right? Anytime I want to snack, pull out some jerky.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Nice.
Pull out some jerky, pull out some cheese.
Yeah, I like jerky and cheese. Like I'll sit there and have, like some. I'll get like some summer sausage and just slice it up with some cheese.
Well, can't have any additives into it, so no jalapenos, no spices. Like you can have pepper and salt.
Yeah.
That's
I just
peppered.
I just get the Smokies that they make out here at my thing, and just get they do like it has like cheese in it, and I like the smoked little, I guess they call them Smokies, the Smokies with cheese.
Yeah, so I have some Gouda I get from a friend that he makes, and then I do it that way.
Oh, nice. Boone County.
I don't know if I like this one or not, but man, it is some fairly dark bourbon.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, they're always hit and miss. They haven't put out anything at the standard of 1833.
No, well, I mean, of course not.
It's all source. Come on, you can't compare that.
This is a store pick, and I tell you what, it's got some stuff going on here, but it's also still got a very craft character that is not a desirable craft character.
No.
It's still got a very
Dustin, I've had a couple of them.
Wood.
They're either really good or they're really like.
This one's got a great mouthfeel. It's oily. It's super flavorful. So it's got a lot of good stuff here. But it's
said the same thing about my ex. That's why I left her.
There you go. But it's still got me. It's almost got like it almost tastes like they soaked it in oak. What do you got there?
Oh,
I cutting the wax off a bottle and.
Hey, Brian.
All the lead came off with it.
Both of my exes are in the grave, so I'm good.
I have too many.
I don't have any.
I'm just gonna keep drinking to avoid asking questions.
Well, I was married in my first one. It
Killed
sucks.
her.
It's horrible. No, she died from a craniopharyngitis.
Yeah, from the hammer.
Yeah.
I was trying to be a lot nicer about it.
Not even close. Not even close. But whatever. Dude, she was a shit. But whatever. The next one after her, I thought she was an okay person. Bad person. I didn't realize it until everybody was texting me, emailing me, that kind of thing. I was smart enough to move on. Got the new person. I got my twin boys. We're the happiest people on earth. Everything's great. But I found out that special person choked one.
Put it in, guys. Put it in.
That was on their own. Yay. But yeah,
Bobby, you can eat as much jerky and cheese as you want on the side, or eggs, or whatever.
Yeah.
I've made a cheese pizza before out of cheese.
I've made a pizza out of shredded chicken.
Yeah,
you can do the same thing.
Shredded chicken.
The shredded chicken.
Hey,
I did the shredded chicken pizza. That shit was good.
You want the best one, Bobby?
Yeah.
Shredded chicken, fucking pork rinds, crumbled up, and eggs to make the base.
I'm allowed to have pork rinds?
Yeah, 100%.
It's meat.
It's meat. And then after you crisp that up, put your pizza on it.
Keep rolling, guys.
Love it. You can
no marinara sauce.
You can even make those that like when they're bound together, you pull it out before it's completely done.
You can have marinara sauce.
Put it over no marinara.
Boo! What can I have on?
I do
Cheese?
Parmesan.
Parmesan.
Yeah, you do different types of cheese over the top of it.
Gotcha. That's
fine. I mean, one of the
I just
best,
make one of those and I'd roll it up like a burrito and GD like a burrito.
Bobby, one of the best things I learned is making quote unquote carnivore mayo using the boiled eggs, olive oil, and then putting in your spices and blending it up until it turns into a creamy sauce.
You can't have a lot of spices again.
You can't, but salt and pepper.
Yeah.
What spices aren't you allowed to have? Like a lot?
Most of them.
The ones made from vegetables.
I mean, I put garlic powder in there because it's from the skins. I shouldn't, but come on.
It's probably de minimis in the impact, though.
So nothing.
It depends on how deep you want to get into the carnivore diet and actually try to gain it. But if you're trying to gain like the full portfolio out of everything, it should just be salt.
So you would say like no onion salt.
Also from onions, but
I know, but that seems.
Well, the big thing you want to watch, the big thing you got to watch with like onion salt, outside of it being onion powder, is that a lot of those use maltodextrin to bond the salt and the onion. And now you've got sugar, just straight up sugar in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got a place here that they literally take the garlic skins, put them in a blender and blend it up and make it powder. I use that.
What you can do, and I've done it before, is put an onion on top of salt and then leave it in there for a month.
Yeah. But I mean, Brian, when you think about it, when I'm taking the skins, I'm not doing a lot and I'm blending them up.
It's okay, they flip the
to puree.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very particular on this. I mean, this is going to be my last glass of whiskey.
Yeah, but if that's the worst thing I do, Brian, in the whole carnivore, keeping it straight.
And then I may make some ice cream later.
I need it with my meat, man. I need it.
Because, well, you could do. So, Bobby, you can do ice cream if you do it right, too.
Yeah, I'm not an ice cream fan.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you some sweet options.
I'd be more
a nice milk.
I'd definitely probably do protein powder.
I'd be more of like the only like sweet sugar.
I'm just doing it off of just milk and butter.
The only sweet sugar
protein powders are delicious
that I would have with it is just whiskey.
Brian, you're against the onion. You're against the garlic skins.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep. Like I said, I'm only doing salt and pepper, and I'm only doing a very small, minimal amount of salt, and the salt a little bit heavier because you do need a salt intake. The
salt I get from the study I've done, but when you're introducing pepper, that's as bad as the garlic.
Well, there can't be a lot of pepper either. I'm only doing a very tiny amount.
Yeah, but you're putting
has to be under a teaspoon a day with everything that I'm doing.
So what about comb honey?
No.
Really?
Sugar.
I mean, it doesn't
no glucose. No glucose.
Just straight sugar, man.
You can't do any glucose whatsoever.
Like all that.
Well, I mean, lactose is basically glucose.
Lactose is glucose, but if you break it down into fucking simple particles, I still would not do any sugars whatsoever.
Okay.
I'd honestly rather somebody have honey than have lactose in general. Just for general.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but at the same time, if you add any into it when you're trying to do something like this, at least for the first 2 months, it can screw up almost every single progress that you're going to do in your liver enzymes. It's going to do a lot for your pancreas and screw that up as well. But mainly in your liver itself, because this is actually going to help you increase your liver enzymes, where you're going to be able to be like, I can drink like a fucking mule now. My buddy, he's
you can
48. He started at 45. he looks like he's 35 again after doing it. He's been doing it now for 2 years, straight carnivore.
So we got his hair and his gray hairs went away.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, he went from grayish to blondish.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Dustin, stop using a brush that's not natural fibers, like natural boar skin.
I don't know how to use a brush or anything, man.
I'm telling you, use the brush. Use natural.
I'm just gonna stick with what I have is whiskey and meat.
Yeah.
So basically, the Ron Swanson diet.
Don't use plastic on anything. All I'm saying.
I would like all your bacon and eggs.
Yes.
Wait. I don't think you heard me right.
You misunderstood me.
I don't mean I want a lot of bacon and eggs.
I want all.
I want all the bacon and eggs.
My buddy actually went into a store. Oh man, he just has a fuck ton of money, and he bought the entire store out of bacon.
Damn, that's a lot.
All of it.
Dude, I was in Kroger the other day, and so I really like this Carb Master milk, which is like high protein.
That's okay.
Low carb milk, right?
You can relax.
And so there was a guy like, I don't know, organizing the shelves, making it all look pretty, and I was like, okay. So I just kind of stood behind him, kind of, I just kind of thought he'd see me and be like, oh, okay, go ahead. No, he just finished doing his thing. It played like 3 minutes. And then I just removed every single Carb Master in the thing. After he'd been like doing all this, like, and I was just like, all right.
You just could have just let me take it.
Yeah. I was trying to be, I didn't want to be rude, but like,
Yeah, Bobby, after those 2 sticks, I had a chicken breast and a half for dinner, and that I'm full. I don't need anything else.
And I know that happens. Like when I did my stuff before, right? Like when I did my very first thing I did, I noticed right away that like, you start shrinking your stomach and you start eating right and all that stuff. Even though I wasn't shrinking my stomach tons, I felt like, I wasn't that hungry as often. I only ate every now and then when I needed to.
Well,
he didn't touch that.
I had 4 eggs and a half a pound of bacon for breakfast.
I had 6.
That's a lot of bacon.
Dude, it was so good.
I watched people eat the 12 eggs, a pound of bacon, and like a half a ribeye. And they're losing weight because that's what they eat once a day.
Oh, I'm not eating once a day.
I was going to say, you can eat enough bacon where eventually you will be gaining weight again, no matter what you do.
That's 100% accurate, yes. Yeah. But no, I'm not doing that.
You got one?
I have enough bacon to fucking last me a millennia because he gave me 40 pounds of bacon.
I mean, dude, there was a time when I was doing low carb, I was doing 36 eggs a day. Yeah. And by the way, I got my cholesterol checked. It was like I was out of norm on healthy and out of norm and bad in the right ways on both. Like my cholesterol, I showed it to somebody who was like a PhD in this stuff, and they were just like, "You have the best cholesterol numbers that like you could dream of." They're like,
"Yeah, dude,
I'm sure there's been better, but they're just like, you are in the most extreme low risk of heart conditions and this, that, and the other."
Your LDLs and your ADLs.
Yeah, they're both in the wrong spot in the best way. And then by combined, I was exactly where you're supposed to go.
But you can have hereditary cholesterol. And I say
that's what mine is right now, and that's what I'm trying to correct.
Because like I have like outlandish numbers and some stuff, right? But my oldest daughter got sick when she was little, and they went in and they tested her. She was 5 years old, and her cholesterol was super high.
Oh, it's genetics and diet.
And so we went through. So like the thing that like I'm dealing with right now, that I'm with a specialist, and they're trying everything. Nobody can figure it out. Now this is the first specialist I've ever been to that said, we're going to do some genetic testing and some chromosome testing. We're going to test some stuff because you might have a genetic disposition to high blood pressure.
Sorry, this
So
drink's
what
hot.
the thing is that I have like really, really, really high blood pressure.
Well,
And we're trying everything we can. So we've been working on this for 2 years.
Yeah,
And,
I remember you telling me about it, but
and they keep going through it, and everything that they say and everything that they try to do. They gave me a medicine to try. They tried another one. I've been through 5, didn't change my numbers at all, and kept going through. So now I got referred to a specialist. He's like, okay, I want to go down a different rabbit hole. I want you to stop everything you're taking except for, this that isn't involved with it. The only thing that I take before he changed it is it's kind of like for acid reflux, but kind of not. It's because if I had that throat surgery, it's to make sure that no acid gets up into a certain region for a certain amount of time. Because he was worried about some of that stuff when I had all that throat issue, and all that stuff came back good. When they biopsied it and took all that stuff out, they said, yeah, no, you're all good. Nothing to worry about. Because I'll be honest with you, that was the most scared I've ever been in my life. I've never really been scared, but that freaked me out. I mean, I was like, what the hell am I dying? I thought for sure something was wrong. Because for like 4 days, I was coughing straight blood. And come to find out, all it was is there was a blood vessel in my throat area that kind of didn't like burst, but kind of did. And so all that's gone. I don't have to deal with that anymore. I don't have any issues with that anymore. So it's kind of been, but I'll tell you, it was funny, like how bad I talked before. And the moment after I got it done and I was able to talk, I called Chris, and Chris was like, who the hell is this?
Dude, the man sounded completely different.
I don't know if you remember, like last year. The last year when I talked, it was
like the guy I knew
raspy
5 years ago.
Hey, how you doing? What are you doing? And I had to like really push air to get a word out. And here it was just a nodule that was on my vocal cord that wasn't letting my vocal cords close. So I was pushing more air to try to get the vibration to get the sound, but it wasn't closing. So we had a surgery to go through and do that. And
jeez, Oregon scored 21-7 since they were down 34-0.
Yeah, but this game's over.
No, yeah, it's just, again, this is why I hate the layoffs, man, with college football.
I love the layoff. I'm glad we kept playing.
No, I mean, but it just, like, again, I even if Ohio State won, I just wanted a competitive game, and it's so clear they
I think that
ready.
This is what you're seeing, what we thought Ohio State would have been. I think this is what everybody thought Ohio State was.
Dude, Ohio State lost 2 games this year. They were not the best team. Like,
no, but the 2 games they lost, they weren't playing the way that they do.
But that's how college football works. Like,
right?
I
mean,
these are kids.
Look at Alabama.
That's coaching.
To make sure coaching and also
coaches made a game plan not for their team, but against the other team, and it made a fucking difference because
that's a factor. But it's
fucking coached.
But also, these are 18 to 22-year-olds. Like, their girlfriend didn't give them a good blowjob the night before, and they're just thrown off. Like, dude,
dude, I don't care about that. When it comes to coaching baseball, when it comes to coaching all that shit, dude, coach to the team you're playing to.
I'm with you, but
coach to the blowjob.
I mean, dude, if you have a bad week,
win this game, motherfucker, you're gonna get all the blowjobs.
Well, it's 2 minutes left, Steve.
All the blowjobs.
They're not scoring 20
get them all,
and they don't have the ball.
You're gonna get them all.
I don't care.
Stop yelling, Gunny.
It's not close.
It's 41. Did you get the
But you know what I mean,
Bobby? Is that the 16?
That's how I coached my teams.
Oh, granddad back there.
Yeah.
Play to fucking win.
How was that?
Shit.
It's good,
dude. Listen. Let me be honest with you, and Chris will second this, right? I heard some people shit on it, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" So when I got it, dude, I fucking love it. There is so
I'm
much.
Sure it's great, but the problem was it was $200 almost, and it was 100 proof, whereas all the other Beam, 17-year-old products were 160 and castering.
But I'll tell you, this is such a nice drink. The only reason I didn't drink the whole bottle that night is because I didn't want to.
Oh, did you guys get the
Dustin,
2024
that bottle,
Diamond Peak from
if you
Stranahan's
drink
this year?
that first bottle of the night, you're gonna fuck it up. You're
Dude,
gonna fuck it up and kill it.
I think the thing that I liked about
Is it that much better than like the 211 month?
All I know is this, right? This is what I can say.
It's fucking.
This is what I can say,
great.
and the Gunny's right here too.
You drink a 120 or anything over that.
The thing that was so nice is that the barrel spice, like for people that truly
on it, even that, man.
But dude, the people that really love true barrel spice, the old Granddad 16th barrel spice is so fucking good. Yep. It just lingers back there and it hits that back registry and it just is there.
Oh, I believe you 100%.
Listen, I'm a high proof whore. Dustin, you know me. I'm a high proof fucking whore. That shit.
Yeah. It's the price that's kept me away from it. It's just that it's so much money for.
It's a rich uncle that pays for everything.
That's true. but you know, I'll tell you, I got it for $175.
That's not bad. Yeah, it's about 200 here. It's like
$175. My buddy picked it up in Missouri.
Yeah, they were $149 at Costco here. So
I got mine.
Yeah, no, I mean, I should point out.
$149.
I did just. I haven't finalized it, but I just purchased Four Roses LE, and it was definitely not retail.
Hey, Dustin. Steve said he just got his at the Chateau for $149.
It's not bad, actually.
I can tell you now.
Dude, at $149, it's a fucking banger.
149 is a good bottle. Yeah,
I was okay at the 175, but yeah, I'd take it cheaper. But I wasn't keen on wanting to buy it. But when I did and I tried it, I was like, yeah, I'd buy this. Because, you know, I'm not chasing anything. I'm not really a chasing whore. But I really wanted it because I wanted to see, you know, what it tasted like. And I put it up against, you know, like Steve's National City and was able to go through with the old 72 version. And the barrel spice is so fucking nice on it. It's what it is. Make a better door than you do.
Have you guys had the new Stranahan's Diamond Peak this year's?
Not this year's now.
Oh.
Is it good?
Oh.
I've never
I've had them in the past. I've had them in the past.
I've never had a Stranahan's still.
Is it blue?
No, this is the black. This is the Diamond Peak.
The new bottle this year.
Yeah, so it's
the old ones might have been blue, Steve. I know you have the old ones.
No, so they have different Diamond Peaks out there. This one is the only one you can get as a Diamond Peak. This is their exclusive release that they only do in December each year. And they fucking killed it this year. But I have 5 extra bottles that were so
nice. Good for you.
Yeah. Well, no, if you guys want some, let me know.
I'd like to try it. I'd be really interested in trying it. If you
sample.
say it's good, I really want to. I'd love to try it.
Yeah.
And I can put something together to send to you.
I tell you what, everybody was wrong about that Goose Island that had the.
I love the Goose Island.
The Tennessee whiskey one is not bad at all.
I thought it was nice.
No, I had that one. The Kentucky one was special. That one's really good.
I just tasted both of them back to back.
Like I wouldn't shit on it. I wouldn't shit on it at all. I think it's good.
I just tasted them back to back, and I'll tell you what, man. One doesn't jump out as like clearly better than the other.
Right.
No, on the nose. Yeah, one's better. But like on the palate, I'll tell you what, that Dickel note, as much as I don't enjoy it necessarily up front usually, it actually really creates a really great finish that really lingers and complements the Goose Island bourbon cask. It actually really works beautifully on this. On the nose, I smell the Dickel and I'm like, not my thing, whatever. And of course, I got the one that has the Dickel in it for $100 because it was on sale because they were giving it away.
You like the Dickel in your mouth?
I like a little Dickel in my mouth occasionally.
Knew you were gay. I mean, adventurous. I mean, happy.
Boy, I'm gonna slap the stupid out of you. Then I'm gonna tickle
Is
your ass.
that before or after he bends you over, son?
That's going to be.
The good thing is you don't have to smack anything at him. Just punch him in the shoulder. You'll be okay.
You're a cunt, Bobby.
Oh shit, man. Yeah.
Wait,
You mentioned his shoulders. I was thinking my shoulders. I'm like, actually, punching my shoulders might actually help me. My
No,
shoulders.
he just had a really ugly shoulder surgery.
No, so we missed our whole weightlifting discussion earlier, Bobby.
Yeah, he had a fucking
was here.
reconstruction.
I've got all kinds of shoulder issues that keep me from doing certain things. He's got shoulder surgery, so it's very different.
I'm missing shoulders. My right shoulder's fake. I just had my 8th shoulder surgery, left shoulder surgery.
Dear Lord, Brian.
That's rough, man.
I had one
And you're like 24, 25?
I wish.
I had one shoulder reconstruction on my right.
You look so much
side.
younger than the rest of us, so.
Well,
That's because
not in my 20s.
not in his 20s.
yes.
I'm in my
21 to
mid-30s.
21 final.
Yeah, well, I'm still about 50 days from 40.
IO.
So you're about 4 years older than me. I'll trade your body any day.
You got the better color
This
of
is-
your
This
the-
is not
the
going to
hair-
change.
Now the hair I have left is actually still very much full
Oh, they
color.
were showing.
When I shave, it's all got full color.
Yeah.
Problem is I have no hair on my head.
My dad didn't change his facial or hair color until he was 70.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
just turned white.
So my,
Yeah,
my dad
my-
went
my
bald about
ass
the same
is gonna
time
be
as me, but
50 in a year.
he had full fucking color in his freaking. He has more color in his beard now at 70 than I have now.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude. Now, mind you, the other problem I have is that my reddish tone of my hair and the gray just dominates. It actually is more it actually outdoes the red. It's like if I had black hair, I'd probably look more colored.
Well, yeah. I'm shaving this tomorrow completely
Ohio
off.
State and Rose Bowl go together.
That's right. So it's Ohio State, Texas. If this Ohio State comes up, Texas is going to be like, fuck this. Unless that Texas team shows up that's not the one that played today.
Well, but I think you're probably going to see that version. Didn't Texas have a day off too?
No,
They quit after that
Okay.
until the overtime.
no, they didn't have the Arizona State did. But I'll tell you what,
Oh,
Arizona
you're right,
had them. Arizona had them, and they gave up a deep ball behind two safeties at 4th and 29, which is sickening.
I will say though, this is not the Oregon team that played all year.
This ain't the Ohio State team that played it. Oregon.
Yo, this Ohio State would have crushed Michigan.
Yeah, and
Ohio
and
State would
of course, and then, of course. But again, I feel like this is not the way Oregon plays.
Well, I will say this though, Michigan got better in the back half of the year. They got better. I mean, that the win against Alabama was not a
Bro,
fluke.
all I'm telling you is Michigan's going to be fucking ridiculous next year. Underwood? God damn. Watching that kid spin a ball? What the fuck?
Well, the good thing is
if he
Jeremiah.
has some real receivers that can run routes, everyone's fucked for 3
Well,
years.
Smith from Ohio State has to come back. He can't leave yet. So at least we got that guy back.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Like he can spin a ball like no tomorrow. I watched those videos. I'm like, if he has the receivers, the Big Ten's fucked.
Excuse me, receiver.
That dude's legit.
Hey, I'm just glad it's time.
I get the
focus
whole
on
$11
basketball.
million NIL.
Fuck basketball.
agree.
That dude's legit.
Basketball's
If
the only
you're
real
going to pay
sport.
someone.
What the fuck did you just say?
You heard me.
You, sir, need to go sit and spin on something very large.
I feel like football really the only way to fix football is to limit forward passes to 3 a game.
Well, if you're going to do any sport, it's not going to be football, basketball, or baseball. There's one. It involves a ball that you can throw forwards or backwards, and you get the
Rugby?
shit beat at. Yeah, exactly.
Pickleball?
Rugby.
I love
Nah.
pickleball.
We're not talking about just another version of football. Now, fuck all football versions.
Rugby was around before football.
Rugby is football.
Rugby
But
was
it's more
around way
painful.
before football.
Rugby is just part of football. Football all comes from the whole British cunts and their whole, oh, you're not playing sports on a horse, so we'll call it football. You peasants.
Whether I like it or not, it's funny as hell to say because I give my boss.
That was entirely done for comic purposes. I actually think
That was fucking
My-
terrible.
my
But yeah, no,
boss-
I like it.
My Infinite Era boss, when I worked with him, he's British, and I said, dude, you literally got beat by a bunch of fucking farmers. I said, you guys are so pathetic. I mean, seriously.
Well, no,
He's like, oh, that wasn't proper fighting. I said, winning is proper fighting. And if you weren't smart enough to understand that you outflank and you use, what you have.
if you're killing the other team, you can do whatever you want. You're murdering people.
Guerrilla warfare tactics is fair.
All right.
There's nothing
I make a
funnier than
comment real
fucking with
quick
British
on
people
football?
on the topic of football versus soccer when they are the ones who came up with the term soccer, and then they're pissed off that we use soccer and like it's football.
Yeah.
No, motherfucker, you all came up with the term soccer.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a great pro football comment. When you go back through the history of pro football, the Green Bay Packers are the only team that have lost to a team called the Fairbanks Fairies.
Well, they also lost to the Donkeys.
Yes, they did.
However, they're the only major team in any sport in a real city.
Well, the Fairbanks Fairies also beat Babe
You need
Ruth
to sit
in
down and just cry in a corner for that
Barnstormer
comment.
baseball.
All these big city faggots. I'm in Cincinnati, by the way.
No, the Fairbanks has made all
With
your
two major sports
all
teams.
your naval engines,
This place is
or
terror.
all your submarine engines and nuclear engines were made by Fairbanks Simple 8. They used to have their own pro teams back in the day that were workers that played against the other pro teams, and they were the Fairbanks Fairies.
That's awesome.
But I mean, I think maybe I'm wrong here, but I think this is again, everybody's different, but I think most people find as they get older, professional sports become less exciting and interesting in parts of their lives. They become like a casual thing you kind of follow. And, like for me, once I quit having I work fully remote pretty much now, I lost any reason to follow football, which is a sport I enjoyed watching, but I didn't love it. Once I never there was no longer I'm talking to my coworkers about it. And then I'm going back to the thing I actually enjoyed when I was watching football when I was younger was running. And now they don't run.
Yeah. Dude, Dustin, I can talk all the sports in the world all day long. When I was in the office all day, I watched Sports Center 5,000 times a day. I had all the news feeds coming in my email. I read them all. I did all that. I knew all that shit. Now that I'm like you and not in the office, I can't tell you a lot about what's going on because I don't pay attention because nobody asked me shit. Nobody asked me anything about it. I mean, I know what I'm watching.
Yeah, but it's no longer a social lubricant having a conversation.
I don't watch ESPN every day.
It'll come back.
I don't do all that. I don't do any of that. I do none of it.
I'll be honest. I'm never turning on ESPN again until Stephen A. Smith is gone.
I mean, his hairline's gone.
Well, but as long as that dude is allowed to just spout nonsense and just disgusting comments, I'm done.
I mean, he said he could knock out Joe Rogan, for Christ's sakes, with one punch.
Showered with roof petals instead of my.
I mean,
He said a lot of
Stephen
things,
A.
but it
Smith
doesn't
is
mean he
like
can do shit.
he is like he and Oberman were kind of
Oh, fucking Keith Olbermann. Let's not talk about that fucking dick.
but those two guys were people early on who kind of created this divisive, hate-spewed news media that spilled over to CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all that other stuff.
Well, there's a thing that, what is that called? CNN went out of business.
It's all of them. They started doing this.
Well, Oberman's MSNBC. Let's get that straight.
Which was owned by CNN.
But the point is,
they sold it though.
The point is, they created the people who are the Bill O'Reillys, the Sean Hannitys. Those guys learned from these sports guys.
Yeah,
to start doing this,
and they're fucking horrible.
Who just created this just hate-filled cycle of like, we don't have conversations, we just scream and yell for every episode. That's what people want to watch.
Yeah,
and they're right. People do want to watch it, but it's also what leads to things like January 6th, where people are getting killed. Just fucking horrible garbage news.
One woman got killed. But yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm trying to find a new smoker right now.
Yeah.
Because I need to build out. I'm trying to do an integrated like outdoor grilling system where I have a grill, a smoker, an outdoor fridge, water source, everything that I need out there. Because right now I'm doing everything on one, and I'm kind of fucking getting tired of it.
Can't afford Spring Bank 21. Build an integrated smoking system. Some people just have different priorities.
Well,
that way I can do everything I can do. I can afford Spring
Well, I
Break
think
21.
I think the thing is, for me, Brian, it depends on, like, when you look at the smokers, is it something that you have the time that you want to use and do, or do you want one that kind of does it for you? Like, I don't.
No,
I'm not a pellet smoker guy. I have an old charcoal smoker that I love to death, but I have to maintain it. I have to pay attention to it. I have to watch the temperatures. I have to add to it. But I like the idea. I love charcoal smoker that I can add, so we can get the Amish here will cut wood.
Absolutely.
For smokers so that you can get big wood so you smoke instead of flame. And you can just say, hey, listen, I want to get like a bunch of hickory or smoke or a mesquite or whatever. I prefer a charcoal smoker, but I have to get
I have my charcoal smoker, and then I have a pellet smoker as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have both. I'm always going to have my big green egg. That's not going anywhere.
Hey, sorry, guys. I got to hop off. Talk to you later.
All right, bud. Cheers.
Later, Dustin.
But I want, in addition to that, something where I can do open flame, cook it up really high, maintain that level for a certain amount of time to get that char on that.
When I was looking at them, and I was looking hard at what I was going to do, because I thought about going away from my true charcoal smoker. Like, mine's just an old briquette. I started looking, I was looking at triggers and all that kind of crap. I found myself really drawn towards the Pit Boss.
I'm at Pit Boss or Camp Chef.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have a bunch of buddies that their whole life is smoking, and they all have Pit Boss. Every one of them has a Pit Boss. They have the big Pit Bosses that has the dual side. The dual
I have
sides.
the Austin XL. I love that thing.
They use it. They use the smoker side, and they use the other side for searing.
Yep.
That's literally all they do. Is they'll sear, they'll smoke, and then they'll turn up the other side hot and throw a quick sear on and pull it off.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do, and what I want to do after this lawsuit comes through, is finish my basement and then finish my deck. And then I'm done. But my basement's going to cost the most, of course, because I got to do my HVAC system, my new fucking add an additional gravity pump because it's the basement.
Yeah.
Because that's another 2,000 square feet.
He said he wanted to finish his duck.
So sometime this next year, I definitely want to. I can't say it's the highest priority, but I definitely want a situation where sometime next year, or it's this year. Now we're 2025. I definitely want to make my way out there at least once.
Yeah. Like I said, I have 2 spare bedrooms currently, and each bedroom
I
has
wanna
a
make my way
whiskey
out
shelf
there.
in it.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna wait till you're asleep. I'm not gonna take your marriage bottle, but I'm gonna go look at everything else you got.
Well, no, you can't get to the marriage bottle. That's fucking in a safe, in a safe.
All of a sudden you hear this like,
Dear Lord,
you know it's gonna be bad. You're asleep and you hear this. Inspector Gadget, and I'll be like,
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that.
Yeah, opening up that one safe would be a bad idea. Because that
I'm
has an
just kidding.
alarm that goes to our attorneys. I can't
how
even
about
open
we
it.
just drink some good shit together and be like, yeah.
No, I mean, that's still going to happen. I just
That's
can't
good.
open that one bottle.
I'm just kidding. But
Once I can
No.
open that one bottle, I'll be happy.
nice. I'm happy.
Don't
I'm
let
happy for
Bobby
you.
influence you.
Oh, I won't try to influence him.
Oh,
on
that's not influencing. He tried to set me up with someone that just got fucking engaged.
that. Yeah, I know. I was. That came out of like left field. And
I was upset with that one.
She is such a nice human.
Who?
A person.
Yeah, she's such
We're
a
just going to go with a person.
nice human. No one we've
I'm
ever
a
talked
person.
about. Not anybody we've ever talked about.
Yeah.
This is someone I knew before Whiskey Tube.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, and I told her, I sent her a message and congratulations, and it seems like a good dude, fits in the personality of what she does, stuff like that, but she is such a good gal.
Seems like it. I have nothing but respect, and I said,
Well, she should be a
congratulations, good
good
on you.
gal if he was trying to hook her up with you. Shit.
Yeah.
I
Better
was.
be good. My
Well, I
God,
thought,
has to be good. I'd be
I
pissed if it wasn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, though. But yeah. No, I'll tell you what. I was glad to see. Listen, I was glad to see Oregon get their ass beat after his snide little wink.
100%.
When you win a game by having a rule change immediately the next week, fuck him.
I agree.
I would want to win because I won, not because I moderately kind of didn't cheat, but really fucking close to it, that they changed the rules the next week.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad to see that they got roasted and they're going to go home crying. I might even actually try to go this week and find somewhere to get some roasted duck just so I feel better.
Oh my God.
I'll just go shoot one.
Hey, you know what? We have one that, if I shot the one that comes in the backyard, man, I couldn't do that. All the animals, I have a sanctuary in my backyard on purpose. So like the guy that mows my yard and that stuff is the county arborist, who is a naturalist dude. And so years and years ago, 19 years ago, we got this house. It was year after year the number one property for the people that lived here before us were green thumb missionaries, and everything bloomed. I mean, it was gorgeous, beautiful. Well, one, me and my wife aren't green thumbs, and two, we don't got that fucking kind of time. So for me, I was kind of like, but I love animals. I love natural animals. And in the yard, I was having a problem with like groundhogs and stuff like that in the yard. And I was like, well, you know what? If I just let everything grow over in the back area and come into a natural habitat, then I don't have to worry about it being in the yard. And so I did. I let everything grow over. I replanted some stuff that I wanted to. The rest of it, I moved. I just let it grow over.
Bourbon?
And since then, dude, it's been fantastic. I mean, I've never had animals in the yard anymore. I have a natural habitat. I have skunks, possums, raccoons, deer, which I like having those because possum eat the ticks. Skunks eat anything it finds. And, we get to see little baby deer born every year. So.
Sorry, I'm filming videos for another channel.
Oh, I know what you're doing. Your little group.
Yeah, my little stupid group. I got called out, and it popped up on my phone. I'm like, "Fuck you guys." You saw it was weak. It was a weak chug. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to get fucking hammered.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that.
But I'll do a little small chug. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm not doing. It's going to be probably the end of January, middle of February before I do that. And I have to be in Texas. I have to be in Louisiana.
When do you have to, when are you going to be in Texas?
I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting on my distributor. The entire state.
Oh, okay.
Literally the entire state. I have to go around to everywhere.
If you end up in the Dallas area, let me know when you're going to be there. If I happen to be there, we'll figure something out.
I have to be in Dallas sometime next month. This month.
I would be surprised if I'm not there, but I have to be really careful about when I'm there because I have a lot of things going on. So, I know they're going to want me there, but I'm going to say, hey, listen, these are the times I can be there.
Yeah.
Because I have some things that I can't travel for. I have to be home for. But after January, I can be good.
January, I have to be there because we're doing our GSMs and I have to teach the new salespeople our product. And then from there, I'll go to another state in February. And then March, I'll go to another state in April and go to another state for a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Dude, I miss that shit. I hope we do that with Four Gates soon. I love that shit.
Chris, are you good with jumping back on later, or when we get down?
Yeah, I'll jump on later. I'll go hang out with the family and jump on later.
Well, we have some stuff here. My wife made, the old traditional pork and sauerkraut and all that crap, and I've blown her off. So I need to go grab something. But then, I'm good for jumping back on. Probably around 10 o'clock. Yeah.
That's 11 my time? Hell yeah.
No, it's 9 your time.
You said 11. I'm an hour behind you.
I said 10.
You said 11.
He said 10. You said 11.
Oh. Well, I'm an hour behind. Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Stop it, Brian. Stop facilitating him.
Well, that's what I said. So.
Yeah, dude, I'm good.
All right. Yeah, let me jump off here, and then we'll catch up later.
Sounds good. Later.
Right. Cheers.
See ya.
Ha! We forgot to end the stream.